Prologue of A Trace of Memory by Keith Laumer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Nick Bolka. A Trace of Memory by Keith Laumer. Prologue. He awoke and lay for a moment looking up at a low ceiling, dimly visible in a faint red glow, feeling a hard mat under his back. He turned his head, saw a wall and a panel on which a red indicator light glared. He swung his legs over the side of the narrow couch and sat up. The room was small, gray-painted, unadorned. Pain throbbed in his forearm. He shook back the loose sleeve of the strange purple garment, saw a pattern of tiny punctures in the skin. He recognized the mark of a feeding hunter. Who would have dared? A dark shape on the floor caught his eye. He slid from the couch, knelt by the still body of a man in a purple tunic, stained black with blood. Gently he rolled the body onto its back. A Marilyn! He seized the limp wrist. There was a faint pulse. He rose and saw a second body. And near the door, two more. Quickly he went to each. All three were dead, hideously slashed. Only a Marilyn still breathed, faintly. He went to the door, shouted into the darkness. The ranged shelves of a library gave back a brief echo. He turned back to the gray-walled room, noticed a recording monitor against the wall. He fitted the neurodes to the dying man's temples. But for this gesture of recording a Marilyn's life memories, there was nothing he could do. He must get him to a therapist, and quickly. He crossed the library, found a great echoing hall beyond. This was not the Sapphire Palace beside the shallow sea. The lines were unmistakable. He was aboard a ship, a far voyager. Why? How? He stood, uncertain. The silence was absolute. He crossed the great hall and entered the observation lounge. Here lay another dead man, by his uniform a member of the crew. He touched a knob and the great screens glowed blue. A giant crescent swam into focus, locked, soft blue against the black of space. Beyond it, a smaller companion hung, gray-blotched, airless. What worlds were these? An hour later, he had ranged the vast ship from end to end. In all, 7 corpses, cruelly slashed, peopled the silent vessel. In the control sector, the communication lights glowed, but to his call there was no answer from the strange world below. He turned to the recording room. A Marilyn still breathed weakly. The memory recording had been completed. All that the dying man remembered of his long life was imprinted now in the silver cylinder. It remained only to color-code the trace. His eye was caught by a small cylinder projecting from the aperture at the side of the high couch where he had awakened. His own memory trace. So, he himself had undergone the change. He took the color-banded cylinder, thrust it into a pocket, then whirled at a sound. A nest of hunters, swarming globes of pale light, clustered at the door. Then they were on him. They pressed close, humming in their eagerness. Without the proper weapon, he was helpless. He caught up the limp body of a Marilyn. With the hunters trailing in a luminous stream, he ran with his burden to the shuttle-boat bay. 3 shuttles lay in their cradles. He groped to a switch, his head swimming with the sulphurous reek of the hunters. Life flooded the bay, driving them back. He entered the lifeboat, placed the dying man on a cushioned couch. It had been long since he had manned the controls of a ship, but he hadn't forgotten. A Marilyn was dead when the lifeboat reached the planetary surface. The vessel settled gently, and the lock cycled. He looked out at a vista of ragged forest. This was no civilized world. Only the landing ring and the clearing round it showed the presence of man. There was a hollow in the earth by a square marker block at the eastern perimeter of the clearing. He hoisted the body of a Maryland to his back and moved heavily down the access ladder. Working bare-handed, he deepened the hollow, placed the body in it, scraped earth over it. Then he rose and turned back toward the shuttle boat. 40 feet away, a dozen men, squat, bearded, wrapped in the shaggy hides of beasts, stood between him and the access ladder. The tallest among them shouted, raised a bronze sword threateningly. Behind these, others clustered at the ladder. Motionless, he watched as one scrambled up, reached the top, disappeared into the boat. In a moment, the savage reappeared at the opening and hurled down handfuls of small bright objects. Shouting, others clambered up to share the loot. The first man again vanished within the boat. Before the foremost of the others had gained the entry, the port closed, shutting off a terrified cry from within. Men dropped from the ladder as it swung up. The boat rose slowly, angling toward the west, dwindling. The savages shrank back, awed. The man watched until the tiny blue light was lost against the sky. End of prologue. Chapter 1 of A Trace of Memory by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The ad read, Soldier of Fortune seeks companion in arms to share unusual adventure. Foster, Box 19, Mayport. I crumpled the newspaper and tossed it in the general direction of the wire basket beside the park bench, pushed back a slightly frayed cuff, and took a look at my bare wrist. It was just habit. The watch was in a hock shop in Tupelo, Mississippi. It didn't matter. I didn't have to know what time it was. Across the park, most of the store windows were dark along the side street. There were no people in sight. They were all home now, having dinner. As I watched, the lights blinked off in the drugstore with the bottles of colored water in the window. That left the candy and cigar emporium at the end of the line. I fidgeted on the hard bench and felt for a cigarette I didn't have. I wished the old boy back of the counter would call it a day and go home. As soon as it was dark enough, I was going to rob his store. I wasn't a full-time stick-up artist. Maybe that's why that nervous feeling was playing around under my ribcage. There was really nothing to it. The wooden door with the hardware counter lock that would open almost as easily without a key as with one. The sardine can metal box with the day's receipts in it. I'd be on my way to the depot with fare to Miami in my pocket 10 minutes after I cracked the door. I'd learned a lot harder tricks than petty larceny back when I had a big future ahead with Army intelligence. That was a long time ago, and I'd had a lot of breaks since then. None good. I got up and took another turn around the park. It was a warm evening, and the mosquitoes were out. I caught a whiff of frying hamburger from the Elite Cafe down the street. It reminded me that I hadn't eaten lately. There were lights on at the commercial hotel and one in the ticket office at the station. The local police force was still sitting on a stool at the Rexall, talking to the counter girl. I could see the .38 revolver hanging down in a worn leather holster at his hip. All of a sudden, I was in a hurry to get it over with. I took another look at the lights. All the stores were dark now. There was nothing to wait for. I crossed the street, sauntered past the cigar store. There were dusty boxes of stogies in the window, and piles of homemade fudge stacked on plates with paper doilies under them. Behind them, the interior of the store looked grim and dead. I looked around, then turned down the side street toward the back door. A black sedan eased around the corner and pulled into the curb. A face leaned over to look at me through lenses like the bottom of Tabasco bottles. The hot evening air stirred, and I felt my damp shirt cold against my back. "Looking for anything in particular, mister?" the cop said. I just looked at him. "Passing through town, are you?" he asked. For some reason, I shook my head. "I've got a job here," I said. "I'm going to work for Mr. Foster." "What Mr. Foster?" The cop's voice was wheezy, but relentless. a voice used to asking questions. I remembered the ad, something about an adventure. Foster, Box 19. The cop was still staring at me. Box 19, I said. He looked me over some more, then reached across and opened the door. Better come on down to the station house with me, mister, he said. At police headquarters, the cop motioned me to a chair, sat down behind a desk, and pulled a phone to him. He dialed slowly, then swiveled his back to me to talk. Insects danced around the bare light bulb. There was an odor of leather and unwashed bedding. I sat and listened to a radio in the distance wailing a sad song. It was half an hour before I heard a car pull up outside. The man who came through the door was wearing a light suit that was neither new nor freshly pressed, but had that look of perfect fit and taste that only the most expensive tailoring can achieve. He moved in a relaxed way, but gave an impression of power held in reserve. At first glance, I thought he was in his middle 30s, but when he looked my way, I saw the fine lines around the blue eyes. I got to my feet. He came over to me. I'm Foster, he said, and held out his hand. I shook it. My name is Legion, I said. The desk sergeant spoke up. This fellow says he came here to Mayport to see you, Mr. Foster. Foster looked at me steadily. That's right, Sergeant. This gentleman is considering a proposition I've made. Well, I didn't know, Mr. Foster, the cop said. I quite understand, Sergeant, Foster said. We all feel better knowing you're on the job. Well, you know, the cop said. We may as well be on our way then, Foster said. If you're ready, Mr. Legion? Sure, I'm ready, I said. Mr. Foster said goodnight to the cop, and we went out. On the pavement in front of the building, I stopped. Thanks, Mr. Foster, I said. I'll comb myself out of your hair now. Foster had his hand on the door of a deceptively modest-looking cabriolet. I could smell the solid leather upholstery from where I stood. Why not come along to my place, Legion? He said. We might at least discuss my proposition. I shook my head. I'm not the man for the job, Mr. Foster, I said. If you'd like to advance me a couple of bucks, I'll get myself a bite to eat and fade right out of your life. What makes you so sure you're not interested? Your ad said something about adventure. I've had my adventures. Now I'm just looking for a hole to crawl into. I don't believe you, Legion. Foster smiled at me, a slow, calm smile. I think your adventures have hardly begun. I thought about it. If I went along, I'd at least get a meal, and maybe even a bed for the night. It was better than curling up under a tree. Well, I said, a remark like that demands time for an explanation. I got into the car and sank back in a seat that seemed to fit me the way Foster's jacket fit him. I hope you don't mind if I drive fast, Foster said. I want to be home before dark. We started up and wheeled away from the curb like a torpedo sliding out of the launching tube. I got out of the car in the drive at Foster's house and looked around at the wide clipped lawn, the flower beds that were vivid even by moonlight, the line of tall poplars, and the big white house. I wish I hadn't come, I said. This kind of place reminds me of all the things I haven't gotten out of life. Your life's still ahead of you, Foster said. He opened the slab of mahogany that was the front door, and I followed him inside. At the end of a short hall, he flipped a switch that flooded the room before us with soft light. I stared at an expanse of pale gray carpet about the size of a tennis court, on which rested glowing Danish teak furniture upholstered in rich colors. The walls were a rough textured gray. Here and there were expensively framed abstractions. The air was cool with the heavy coolness of air conditioning. Foster crossed to a bar that looked modest in this setting, in spite of being bigger than those in most of the places I'd seen lately. Would you care for a drink? He said. I looked down at my limp, stained suit and grimy cuffs. Look, Mr. Foster, I said, I just realized something. If you've got a stable, I'll go sleep in it. Foster laughed. Ha! Come on, I'll show you the bath. I came downstairs, clean, showered, and wearing a set of Foster's clothes. I found him sitting, sipping a drink, and listening to music. "The Liebestod," I said. "Little gloomy, isn't it?"
"I read something else into it," Foster said. "Sit down and have a bite to eat and a drink."
I sat in one of the big soft chairs and tried not to let my hand shake as I reached for one of the sandwiches piled on the coffee table.
"Tell me something, Mr. Legion," Foster said. "Why did you come here, mention my name, if you didn't intend to see me?"
I shook my head. "It just worked out that way."
"Tell me something about yourself," Foster said.
"It's not much of a story."
"Still, I'd like to hear it."
"Well, I was born, grew up, went to school."
"What school?"
"University of Illinois."
"What was your major?"
"Music." Foster looked at me, frowning slightly. "It's the truth," I said. "I wanted to be a conductor. The Army had other ideas. I was in my last year when the draft got me. They discovered I had what they considered an aptitude for intelligence work. I didn't mind it. I had a pretty good time for a couple of years."
"Go on,"
Foster said.
"Well, I'd had a bath and a good meal. I owed him something. If he wanted to hear my troubles, why not tell him?"
"I was putting on a demonstration. A defective timer set off a charge of HE 50 seconds early on a 1-minute setting. A student was killed. I got off easy with a busted eardrum and a pound or two of gravel embedded in my back. When I got out of the hospital, the Army felt real bad about letting me go. But they did. My terminal leave pay gave me a big weekend in San Francisco and set me up in business as a private investigator. I had enough left over after the bankruptcy proceedings a few months later to get me to Las Vegas. I lost what was left and took a job with a casino operator named Giannino. I stayed with Giannino for nearly a year. Then one night a visiting bank clerk lost his head and shot him 8 times with a .22 target pistol. I left town the same night. After that, I sold used cars for a couple of months in Memphis. Then I made like a lifeguard at Daytona. Baited hooks on a 30-foot tuna boat out of Key West. All the odd jobs with low pay and no future. I spent a couple of years in Cuba. All I got out of that was 2 bullet scars on the left leg and a prominent position on a CIA blacklist. After that, things got tough. A man of my trade can't really hope to succeed in a big way without the little blue card in the plastic cover to back his play. I was headed south for the winter, and I picked Mayport to run out of money. I stood up. "I sure enjoyed the bath, Mr. Foster, and the meal too. I'd like real well to get into that bed upstairs and have a night's sleep just to make it complete, but I'm not interested in the job." I turned away and started across the room.
"Legion,"
Foster said. I turned. A beer bottle was hanging in the air in front of my face. I put a hand up fast, and the bottle slapped my palm.
"Not a bad set of reflexes for a man whose adventures are all behind him," Foster said. I tossed the bottle aside. "If I'd missed, that would have knocked my teeth out," I said angrily. "You didn't miss, even though you're weaving a little from the beer. And a man who can feel a pint or so of beer isn't an alcoholic, so you're clean on that score."
"I didn't say I was ready for the rummy ward," I said. "I'm just not interested in your proposition, whatever it is."
"Legion,"
Foster said,
"maybe you have the idea that I put that ad in the paper last week on a whim. The fact is, I've been running it in one form or another for over 8 years.
I looked at him and waited.
"Not only locally. I've run it in the big city papers and in some of the national weekly and monthly publications. Altogether, I've had perhaps 50 responses."
Foster smiled wryly.
"About 3/4 of them were from women who thought I wanted a playmate. Several more were from men with the same idea. The few others were hopelessly unsuitable."
"That's surprising," I said. "I'd have thought you'd have brought half the nuts in the country out of the woodwork by now." Foster looked at me, not smiling. I realized suddenly that behind the urbane facade there was a hint of tension, a trace of worry in the level blue eyes.
I'd like very much to interest you in what I have to say, Legion. I think you lack only one thing: confidence in yourself.
I laughed shortly. What other qualifications you think I have? I'm a jack of no trades.
Legion, you're a man of considerable intelligence and more than a little culture. You've traveled widely and know how to handle yourself in difficult situations, or you wouldn't have survived. I'm sure your training includes techniques of entry and fact-gathering not known to the average man, and perhaps most important, although you're an honest man, you're capable of breaking the law, when necessary.
So that's it, I said.
No, I'm not forming a mob, Legion. As I said in the ad, this is an unusual adventure. It may, probably will, involve infringing various statutes and regulations of one sort or another. After you know the full story, I'll leave you to judge whether it's justifiable.
If Foster was trying to arouse my curiosity, he was succeeding. He was dead serious about whatever it was he was planning. It sounded like something no one with good sense would want to get involved in. But on the other hand, Foster didn't look like the sort of man to do anything foolish. Why don't you tell me what this is all about? I said. Why would a man with all this, I waved a hand at the luxurious room, want to pick a hobo like me out of the gutter and talk him into taking a job?
Your ego has taken a severe beating, Legion. That's obvious. I think you're afraid that I'll expect too much of you, or that I'll be shocked by some disclosure you may make. Perhaps if you'd forget yourself and your problems for the moment, we could reach an understanding.
Yeah, I said. Just forget my problems.
Chiefly money problems, of course. Most of the problems in this society involve the abstraction of values that money represents.
Okay, I said. I've got my problems. You've got yours. Let's leave it at that.
You feel that because I have material comfort, my problems must of necessity be trivial ones, Foster said. Tell me, Mr. Legion, have you ever known a man who suffered from amnesia?
Foster crossed the room to a small writing desk, took something from a drawer, then looked at me.
I'd like you to examine this, he said.
I went over and took the object from his hand. It was a small book with a cover of drab-colored plastic, unornamented except for an embossed design of 2 concentric rings. I opened the cover. The pages were as thin as tissue, but opaque, and covered with extremely fine writing in strange foreign characters. The last dozen pages were in English. I had to hold the book close to my eyes to read the minute script.
January 19th, 1710. Having come nigh to calamity with the near loss of the key, I will henceforth keep this journal in the English tongue.
If this is an explanation of something, it's too subtle for me, I said.
Legion, how old would you say I am?
That's a hard one, I said. When I first saw you, I would have said the late 30s, maybe. Now, frankly, you look closer to 50.
I can show you proof, Foster said, that I spent the better part of a year in a military hospital in France. I awakened in a ward, bandaged to the eyes, and with no memories whatever of my life before that day. According to the records made at the time, I appeared to be about 30 years of age.
Well, I said, amnesia's not so unusual among war casualties, and you seem to have done pretty well since. Foster shook his head impatiently.
There's nothing difficult about acquiring material wealth in this society, though the effort kept me well occupied for a number of years, and diverted my thoughts from the question of my past life. The time came, however, when I had the leisure to pursue the matter. The clues I had were meager enough. The notebook I've shown you was found near me, and I had a ring on my finger.
Foster held out his hand. On the middle finger was a massive signet engraved with the same design of concentric circles I had seen on the cover of the notebook.
I was badly burned. My clothing was charred. Oddly enough, the notebook was quite unharmed, though it was found among burned debris. It's made of very tough stuff.
What did you find out?
In a word, nothing. No military unit claimed me. I spoke English, from which it was deduced that I was English or American.
They couldn't tell which from your accent?
Apparently not. It appears I spoke a sort of hybrid dialect.
Maybe you're lucky. I'd be happy to forget my first 30 years.
I spent a considerable sum of money in my attempts to discover my past, Foster went on, and several years of time. In the end, I gave it up, and it wasn't until then that I found the first faint inkling.
So you did find something, I said.
Nothing I hadn't had all along. The notebook.
I'd have thought you would have read that before you did anything else, I said. Don't tell me you put it in the bureau drawer and forgot it.
I read it, of course. What I could read of it. Only a relatively small section is in English. The rest is a cipher. And what I read seemed meaningless, quite unrelated to me. You've glanced through it. It's no more than a journal, irregularly kept, and so cryptic as to be little better than a code itself. And of course the dates. They range from the early 18th century through the early 20th.
A sort of family record, maybe, I said, carried on generation after generation. Didn't it mention any names or places?
Look at it again, Legion, Foster said. See if you notice anything odd, other than what we've already discussed.
I thumbed through the book again. It was no more than an inch thick, but it was heavy, surprisingly heavy. There were a lot of pages. I shuffled through hundreds of closely written sheets, and yet the book was less than half used. I read bits here and there. May 4th, 1746. The voyage was not a success. I must forsake this avenue of inquiry. October 23rd, 1790. Builded the West Barrier a cubit higher. Now the fires burn every night. Is there no limit to their infernal persistence? January 19th, 1831. I have great hopes for the Philadelphia enterprise. My greatest foe is impatience. All preparations for the change are made. Yet, I confess, I am uneasy. There are plenty of oddities, I said, aside from the entries themselves. This is supposed to be old, but the quality of the paper and binding beats anything I've seen, and that handwriting is pretty fancy for a quill pen.
There's a stylus clipped to the spine of the book, Foster said. It was written with that.
I looked, pulled out a slim pen, then looked at Foster. Speaking of odd, I said, a genuine antique early colonial ballpoint pen doesn't turn up every day.
Suspend your judgment until you've seen it all, Foster said.
And 200 years on one refill. That's not bad. I riffled through the pages, then I tossed the book onto the table. Who's kidding who, Foster? I said.
The book was described in detail in the official record, of which I have copies. They mention the paper and binding, the stylus, even quote some of the entries. The authorities worked over it pretty closely, trying to identify me. They reached the same conclusion as you, that it was the work of a crackpot. But they saw the same book you're looking at now.
So what? It was faked up sometime during the war. What does that prove? I'm ready to concede it's 40 years old.
You don't understand, Legion, Foster said. I told you I woke up in a military hospital in France. But it was an AEF hospital, and the year was 1918.
End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of A Trace of Memory by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I glanced sideways at Foster. He didn't look like a nut. All I've got to say is, I said, you're a hell of a spry-looking 90. You find my appearance strangely youthful. What would be your reaction if I told you that I've aged greatly in the past few months? That a year ago I could have passed as no older than 30 without the slightest difficulty. I don't think I'd believe you, I said. And I'm sorry, Mr. Foster, but I don't believe the bit about the 1918 hospital either. How can I? I know, fantastic. But let's go back a moment to the book itself. Look closely at the paper. It's been examined by experts. They're baffled by it. Attempts to analyze it chemically failed. They were unable to take a sample. It's impervious to solvents. They couldn't get a sample? I said. Why not just tear off the corner of one of the sheets? Try it, Foster said. I picked up the book and plucked at the edge of one of the blank sheets, then pinched harder and pulled. The paper held. I got a better grip and pulled again. It was like fine, tough leather, except that it didn't even stretch. It's tough, all right, I said. I took out my pocket knife and opened it and worked on the edge of the paper. Nothing. I went over to the bureau and put the paper flat against the top and sawed at it, putting my weight on the knife. I raised the knife and brought it down hard. I didn't so much as mark the sheet. I put the knife away. That's some paper, Mr. Foster. Try to tear the binding, Foster said. Put a match to it. Shoot at it if you like. Nothing will make an impression on that material. Now, you're a logical man, Legion. Is there something here outside ordinary experience, or is there not? I sat down, feeling for a cigarette I still didn't have. What does it prove? I said. Only that the book is not a simple fraud. You're facing something which can't be dismissed as fancy. The book exists. That is our basic point of departure. Where do we go from there? There is a second factor to be considered, Foster went on. At some time in the past, I seem to have made an enemy. Someone, or something, is systematically hunting me. I tried to laugh, but it felt out of place. Why not sit and let it catch up with you? Maybe it could tell you what the whole thing is about. Foster shook his head. It started almost 30 years ago, he said. I was driving south from Albany, New York, at night. It was a long, straight stretch of road, no houses. I noticed lights following me. Not headlights, something that bobbed along off in the fields along the road. But they kept pace, gradually moving alongside. Then they closed in ahead, keeping out of range of my headlights. I stopped the car. I wasn't seriously alarmed, just curious. I wanted a better look, so I switched on my spotlight and played it on the lights. They disappeared as the light touched them. After half a dozen were gone, the rest began closing in. I kept picking them off. There was a sound, too. A sort of high-pitched humming. I caught a whiff of sulfur then, and suddenly I was afraid. Deathly afraid. I caught the last one in the beam no more than 10 feet from the car. I can't describe the horror of the moment. It sounds pretty weird, I said. But what was there to be afraid of? It must have been some kind of heat lightning. There is always the pat explanation, Foster said. But no explanation can rationalize the instinctive dread I felt. I started up the car and drove on, right through the night and the next day. I sensed that I must put distance between myself and whatever it was I had met. I bought a home in California and tried to put the incident out of my mind, with limited success. Then it happened again. The same thing? Lights? It was more sophisticated the next time. It started with interference, static, on my radio. Then it affected the wiring in the house. All the lights began to glow weakly, even though they were switched off. I could feel it in my bones. Moving closer, hemming me in. I tried the car. It wouldn't start. Fortunately, I kept a few horses at that time. I mounted and rode into town. At a fair gallop, you may be sure. I saw the lights, but outdistanced them.
I caught a train and kept going. I don't see... It happened again, 4 times in all. I thought perhaps I had succeeded in eluding it at last. I was mistaken. I have had definite indications that my time here is drawing to a close. I would have been gone before now, but there were certain arrangements to be made. Look, I said, this is all wrong. You need a psychiatrist, not an ex-tough guy. Delusions of persecution. It seemed obvious that the explanation was to be found somewhere in my past life, Foster went on. I turned to the notebook, my only link. I copied it out, including the encrypted portion. I had photostatic enlargements made of the initial section, the part written in unfamiliar characters. None of the experts who have examined the script have been able to identify it. I necessarily, therefore, concentrated my attention on the last section, the only part written in English. I was immediately struck by a curious fact I had ignored before. The writer made references to an enemy, a mysterious they, against which defensive measures had to be taken. Maybe that's where you got the idea, I said, when you first read the book. The writer of the log, Foster said, was dogged by the same nemesis that now follows me. It doesn't make any sense, I said. For the moment, Foster said, stop looking for logic in this situation. Look for a pattern instead. There's a pattern, all right, I said. The next thing that struck me, Foster went on, was a reference to a loss of memory, a second point of some familiarity to me. The writer expresses frustration at the inability to remember certain facts which would have been useful to him in his pursuit. What kind of pursuit? Some sort of scientific project, as nearly as I can gather. The journal bristles with tantalizing references to matters that are never explained. And you think the man that wrote it had amnesia? Not exactly amnesia, perhaps, Foster said, but there were things he was unable to remember. If that's amnesia, we've all got it, I said. Nobody's got a perfect memory. But these were matters of importance, not the kinds of things that simply slip one's minds. I can see how you'd want to believe that the book had something to do with your past, Mr. Foster. It must be a hard thing not knowing your own life story. But you're on the wrong track. Maybe the book is a story you started to write in code, so nobody would accidentally read the stuff and kid you about it. Legion, what was it you planned to do when you got to Miami? The question caught me a little off guard. Well, I don't know, I hedged. I wanted to get south where it's warm. I used to know a few people. In other words, nothing, Foster said. Legion, I'll pay you well to stay with me and see this thing through. I shook my head. Not me, Mr. Foster. The whole thing sounds, well, the kindest word I can think of is nutty. Legion, Foster said, do you really believe I'm insane? Let's just say this all seems a little screwy to me, Mr. Foster. I'm not asking you just to work for me, Foster said. I'm asking for your help. You might as well look for your fortune in tea leaves, I said, irritated. There's nothing in what you've told me. There's more, Legion, much more. I've recently made an important discovery. When I know you're with me, I'll tell you. You know enough now to accept the fact that this isn't entirely a figment of my imagination. I don't know anything, I said. So far, it's all talk. If you're concerned about payment... No, damn it, I barked. Where are the papers you keep talking about? I gotta have my head examined for sitting here humoring you. I've had troubles enough. I stopped talking and rubbed my hands over my scalp. I'm sorry, Mr. Foster, I said. I guess what's really griping me is that you've got everything I think I want and you're not content with it. It bothers me to see you off chasing fairies. If a man with his health and plenty of money can't enjoy life, what the hell is there for anybody? Foster looked at me thoughtfully. Legion, If you could have anything in life you wanted, what would you ask for? Anything? I've wanted a lot of different things. Once I wanted to be a hero. Later I wanted to be smart, know all the answers. Then I had the idea that a chance to do an honest job, one that needed doing, was the big thing. I never found that job. I never got smart either, or figured out how to tell a hero from a coward without a program. In other words, Foster said, you were looking for an abstraction to believe in this case, justice. But you won't find justice in nature. It's a thing that only man expects or acknowledges. There are some good things in life. I'd like to get a piece of them. Don't lose your capacity for dreaming in the process. Dreams? I said. Oh, I've got those. I want an island somewhere in the sun where I can spend my time fishing and watching the sea. You're speaking cynically, but you're still attempting to concretize an abstraction, Foster said. But no matter. Materialism is simply another form of idealism. I looked at Foster. But I know I'll never have those things. Or that justice you were talking about, either. Once you really know you'll never make it. Perhaps unattainability is an essential element of any dream, Foster said. But hold on to your dream, whatever it is. Don't ever give it up. So much for philosophy, I said. Where is it getting us? You'd like to see the papers, Foster said. He fished a key ring from an inner pocket. If you don't mind going out to the car, he said, and perhaps getting your hands dirty, there's a strong box welded to the frame. I keep photostats of everything there, along with my passport, emergency funds, and so on. I've learned to be ready to travel on very short notice. Lift the floorboards. You'll see the box. It's not all that urgent, I said. I'll take a look in the morning, after I've caught up on some sleep. But don't get the wrong idea. It's just my knot-headed curiosity. Very well, Foster said. He laid back, sighed. I'm tired, Legion, he said. My mind is tired. Yeah, I said, so is mine. Not to mention other portions of my anatomy. Get some sleep, Foster said. We'll talk again in the morning. I pushed back the light blanket and slid out of bed. Underfoot, the rug was as thick and soft as a working girl's mink. I went across to the closet and pushed the button that made the door slide aside. My old clothes were still lying on the floor where I had left them, but I had the clean ones that Foster had lent me. He wouldn't mind if I borrowed them for a little while longer. It would be cheaper for him in the long run. Foster was as loony as a 6-day bike racer, but there was no point in my waiting around to tell him so. The borrowed outfit didn't include a coat. I thought of putting my old jacket on, but it was warm outside, and a gray pinstripe with grease spots wouldn't help the picture any. I transferred my personal belongings from my grimy clothes on the floor and eased the door open. Downstairs, the curtains were drawn in the living room. I could vaguely make out the outline of the bar. It wouldn't hurt to take along a bite to eat. I groped my way behind the bar, felt along the shelves, found a stack of small cans that rattled softly. Nuts, probably. I reached to put a can on the bar, and it clattered against something I couldn't see. I swore silently, felt over the obstruction. It was bulky, with the cold smoothness of metal, and there were small projections with sharp corners. It felt for all the world like... I leaned over and squinted. With the faint gleam of moonlight from a chink in the heavy curtains falling just so, I could almost make out the shape. I crouched a little lower and caught the glint of light along the perforated jacket of a .30 caliber machine gun. My eye followed the barrel, made out the darker square of the entrance hall, and the tiny reflection of light off the polished brass doorknob at the far end. I stepped back, flattened against the wall, with a hollow feeling inside. If I had tried to walk through that door... Foster was crazy enough for 2 ordinary nuts. My eyes flicked around the room. I had to get out quickly before he jumped out and said boo and I died of heart failure. The windows, maybe. I came around the end of the bar, got down and crawled under the barrel of the gun and over to the heavy drapes, pushing them aside. Pale light glowed beyond the glass. Not the soft light of the moon, but a milky, churning glow that reminded me of the phosphorescence of seawater. I dropped the curtain, ducked back under the gun into the hall, and pushed through a swinging door into the kitchen. There was a faint glow from the luminous handle of the refrigerator. I yanked it open, spilling light on the floor, and looked around. Plenty of gleaming white fixtures, but no door out. There was a window, almost obscured by leaves. I eased it open, and almost broke my fist on a wrought iron trellis. Back in the hall, I tried 2 more doors, both locked. A third opened, and I found myself looking down the cellar stairs. They were steep and dark, as cellar stairs always seem to be, but they might be the way out. I felt for a light switch, flipped it on. A weak illumination showed me a patch of damp-looking floor at the foot of the steps. It still wasn't inviting, but I went down. There was an oil furnace in the center of the room, with dusty ductwork spidering out across the ceiling. Some heavy packing cases of rough wood were stacked along one wall, and at the far side of the room there was a boarded-up coal bin, but no cellar door. I turned to go back up. Then I heard a sound and froze. Somewhere a cockroach scuttled briefly. Then I heard the sound again, a faint grinding of stone against stone. I peered through the cobwebbed shadows, my mouth suddenly dry. There was nothing. The thing for me to do was to get up the stairs fast, batter the iron trellis out of the kitchen window, and run like hell. The trouble was, I had to move to do it, and the sound of my own steps was so loud it was paralyzing. Compared to this, the shock of stumbling over the gun was just a mild kick, like finding a whistle in your Cracker Jacks. Ordinarily, I didn't believe in things that went bump in the night, but this time I was hearing the bumps myself, and all I could think about was Edgar Allan Poe and his cheery tales about people who got themselves buried before they were thoroughly dead. There was another sound, then a sharp snap, and I saw a light spring up from a crack that opened across the floor in the shadowy corner. That was enough for me. I jumped for the stairs, took them 3 at a time, and banged through the kitchen door. I grabbed up a chair, swung it around, and slammed it against the trellis. It bounced back and cracked me across the mouth. I dropped it, tasting blood. Maybe that was what I needed. The panic faded before a stronger emotion, anger. I turned and barged along the dark hall to the living room, and lights suddenly went on. I whirled and saw Foster standing in the hall doorway, fully dressed. "Okay, Foster," I yelled. "Just show me the way out of here." Foster held my eyes, his face tense. "Calm yourself, Mr. Legion," he said softly. "What's happened here?" "Get over there to that gun," I snapped, nodding towards the .30 caliber on the bar. "Disarm it, and then get the front door open. I'm leaving." Foster's eyes flicked over the clothes I was wearing. "So I see," he said. He looked me in the face again. "What is it that's frightened you, Legion?" "Don't act so innocent," I said. "Or am I supposed to get the idea the brownies set up the booby trap while you were asleep?" His eyes went to the gun, and his expression tightened. "It's mine," he said. "It's an automatic arrangement. Something's activated it, and without sounding my alarm. You haven't been outside, have you? How could I?" "This is important, Legion," Foster rapped. "It would take more than the sight of a machine gun to panic you. What have you seen?" "I was looking for a back door," I said. "I went down to the cellar. I didn't like it down there, so I came back up." "What did you see in the cellar?" Foster's face looked strained, colorless. "It looked like—" I hesitated. "There was a crack in the floor. Noises. Lights." "The floor," Foster said. "Certainly. That's the weak point." He seemed to be talking to himself. I jerked a thumb over my shoulder. "Something funny going on outside your windows, too." Foster looked toward the heavy hangings. Listen carefully, Legion, he said. We are in grave danger, both of us. It's fortunate you arose when you did. This house, as you must have guessed by now, is something of a fortress. At this moment, it is under attack. The walls are protected by some rather formidable defenses. I can't say as much for the cellar floor. It's merely 3 feet of ferro-concrete. We'll have to go now, very swiftly and very quietly. Okay, show me, I said. Foster turned and went back along the hall to one of the locked doors, where he pressed something. The door opened, and I followed him inside a small room. He crossed to a blank wall, pressed against it. A panel slid aside, and Foster jumped back. God's wounds! He gasped. He threw himself at the wall, and the panel closed. I stood stock still. From somewhere there was a smell like sulfur. What the hell goes on? I said. My voice cracked, as it always does when I'm scared. That odor, Foster said. Quickly, the other way. I stepped back, and Foster pushed past me and ran along the hall, with me at his heels. I didn't look back to see what was at my own heels. Foster took the stairs 3 at a time, pulled up short on the landing. He went to his knees, shoved back an Isfahan rug, as supple as sable, and gripped a steel ring set in the floor. He looked at me, his face white. Invoke thy gods, he said hoarsely, and heaved at the ring. A section of floor swung up, showing the first step of a flight leading down into a black hole. Foster didn't hesitate. He dropped his feet in, scrambled down. I followed. The stairs went down about 10 feet, ending on a stone floor. There was the sound of a latch turning, and we stepped out into a larger room. I saw moonlight through a row of high windows and smelled the fragrance of fresh night air. We're in the garage, Foster whispered. Go around to the other side of the car and get in. Quietly. I touched the smooth flank of the rakish cabriolet, found my way around it, and eased the door open. I slipped into the seat and closed the door gently. Beside me, Foster touched a button and a green light glowed on the dash. Ready? He said. Sure. The starter whined half a turn and the engine caught. Without waiting, Foster gunned it, let in the clutch. The car leaped for the closed doors, and I ducked, and then saw the doors snap aside as the low-slung car roared out into the night. We took the first turn in the drive at 40 and rounded onto the highway at 60, tires screaming. I took a look back and caught a glimpse of the house, its stately facade white in the moonlight, and then we were out of sight over a rise. What's it all about? I called over the rush of air. The needle touched 90, kept going. Later, Foster barked. I didn't feel like arguing. I watched in the mirror for a few minutes, wondering where all the cops were tonight. Then I settled down in the padded seat and watched the speedometer eat up the miles. End of Chapter 2. Chapter 3 of A Trace of Memory by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was nearly 4:30, and a tentative gray streak showed through the palm fronds to the east before I broke the silence. By the way, I said, what was the routine with the steel shutters, and the bulletproof glass in the kitchen, and the handy home model machine gun covering the front door? Mice bad around the place, are they? Those things were necessary, and more. Now that the short hairs along my spine have relaxed, I said, the whole thing looks pretty silly. We've run far enough now to be able to stop and turn around and stick our tongues out. Not yet. Not for a long while yet. Why don't we just go back home? I went on. And no, Foster said sharply. I want your word on that, Legion, no matter what. Don't ever go near that house again. It'll be daylight soon, I said. We'll feel pretty asinine about this little trip after the sun comes up. But don't worry. I won't tell anybody. We've got to keep moving, Foster said. At the next town, I'll telephone for seats on a flight out of Miami. Hold on, I said. You're raving. What about your house? We didn't even stick around long enough to make sure the TV was turned off. And what about passports and money and luggage? And what makes you think I'm going with you? I've kept myself in readiness for this emergency, Foster said. There are disposition instructions for the house on file with a legal firm in Jacksonville. There is nothing to connect me with my former life, once I've changed my name and disappeared. As for the rest, we can buy luggage in the morning. My passport is in the car. Perhaps we better go first to Puerto Rico until we can arrange for one for you. Look, I said, I got spooked in the dark, that's all. Why not just admit we made fools of ourselves? Foster shook his head. The inherent inertia of the human mind, he said. How it fights to resist new ideas. The kind of new ideas you're talking about could get both of us locked up in a chuckle ward, I said. Legion, Foster said, I think you'd better write down what I'm going to tell you. It's important, vitally important. I won't waste time with preliminaries. The notebook I showed you, it's in my jacket. You must read the English portion of it. Afterwards, what I'm about to say may make more sense. I hope you don't feel your last will and testament coming on, Mr. Foster, I said. Not before you tell me what that was we were both so eager to get away from. I'll be frank with you, Foster said flatly. I don't know.
Foster wheeled into the dark drive of a silent service station, eased to a stop, set the brake, and slumped back in the seat. Do you mind driving for a while, Legion? He said. I'm not feeling very well. Sure, I'll drive, I said. I opened the door, got out, and went around to his side. Foster sat limply, eyes closed, his face drawn and strained. He looked older than he had last night, years older. The night's experience hadn't taken anything off my age, either. Foster opened his eyes, looked at me blankly. He seemed to gather himself with an effort. I'm sorry, he said. I'm not myself. He moved over, and I got in the driver's seat. If you're sick, I said, we'd better find a doctor.
No, it's all right, he said blurrily. Just keep going.
We're 150 miles from Mayport now, I said. Foster turned to me, started to say something, and slumped in a dead faint. I grabbed for his pulse. It was strong and steady. I rolled up an eyelid and a dilated pupil stared sightlessly. He was all right, I hoped. But the thing to do was get him in bed and call a doctor. We were at the edge of a small town. I let the brake off and drove slowly into town, swung round a corner, and pulled up in front of the sagging marquee of a rundown hotel. Foster stirred as I cut the engine. Foster, I said, I'm going to get you into a bed. Can you walk? He groaned softly and opened his eyes. They were glassy. I got out and got him to the sidewalk. He was still half out. I walked him into the dingy lobby and over to a reception counter where a dim bulb burned. I dinged the bell. It was a minute before an old man shuffled out from where he'd been sleeping. He yawned, eyed me suspiciously, looked at Foster. We don't want no drunks here, he said. Respectable house. My friend is sick, I said. Give me a double with bath and call a doctor. What's he got? The old man said. Ain't contagious, is it? That's what I want a doctor to tell me. I can't get the doc 4 in the morning. And we got no private bathrooms. I signed the register. We rode the open cage elevator to the 4th floor, went along a gloomy hall to a door painted a peeling brown. It didn't look inviting. The room inside wasn't much better. There was a lot of flowered wallpaper and an old-fashioned washstand and 2 wide beds. I stretched Foster out on one. He lay relaxed, a serene expression on his face. The kind undertakers try for, but never quite seem to manage. I sat down on the other bed and pulled off my shoes. It was my turn to have a tired mind. I lay on the bed and let it sink down like a gray stone into still water. I awoke from a dream in which I had just discovered the answer to the riddle of life. I tried to hold on to it, but it slipped away. It always does. Gray daylight was filtering through the dusty windows. Foster lay slackly on the broad sagging bed, a ceiling lamp with a faded fringed shade casting a sickly yellow light over him. It didn't make things any cheerier.
I flipped it off. Foster was lying on his back, arms spread wide, breathing heavily. Maybe it was only exhaustion, and he didn't need a doctor after all. He'd probably wake up in a little while, raring to go. As for me, I was feeling hungry again. I'd have to have $1 or so for sandwiches. I went over to the bed and called Foster's name. He didn't move. If he was sleeping that soundly, maybe I wouldn't bother him. I eased his wallet out of his coat pocket, took it to the window, and checked it. It was fat. I took a 10, put the wallet on the table. I remembered Foster had said something about money in the car. I had the keys in my pocket. I got my shoes on and let myself out quietly. Foster hadn't moved. Down on the street, I waited for a couple of yokels who were looking over Foster's car to move on, then slid into the seat, leaned over, and got the floorboards up. The strong box was set into the channel of the frame. I scraped the road dirt off the lock and opened it with a key from Foster's keyring, took out the contents. There was a bundle of stiffish papers, a passport, some maps, marked up, and a wad of currency that made my mouth go dry. I riffled through it. 50 grand if it was $1. I stuffed the papers, money, and passport back in the box and locked it, and climbed out onto the sidewalk. A few doors down the street there was a dirty window lettered Mays Eat. I went in, ordered hamburgers and coffee to go, and sat at the counter with Foster's keys in front of me, thinking about the car that went with them. The passport only needed a little work on the picture to get me wherever I wanted to go, and the money would buy me my choice of islands. Foster would have a nice long nap and then take a train home. With his dough, he'd hardly miss what I took. The counterman put a paper bag in front of me, and I paid him and went out. I stood by the car, jingling the keys on my palm and thinking. I could be in Miami in an hour, and I knew where to go for the passport job. Foster was a nice guy, and I liked him, but I'd never have a break like this again. I reached for the car door, and a voice said, "Paper, mister?" I jumped and looked around. A dirty-faced kid was looking at me. "Sure," I said. I gave him a single and took the paper, flipped it open. A Mayport dateline caught my eye. Police raid hideout. A surprise raid by local police led to the discovery here today of a secret gangland fortress. Chief Chesters of the Mayport Police stated that the raid came as an aftermath of the arrival in the city yesterday of a notorious northern gang member. A number of firearms, including Army-type machine guns, were seized in the raid on a house 9 miles from Mayport on the Fernandina Road. The raid was said by Chief Chesters to be the culmination of a lengthy investigation. C.R. Foster, 50, owner of the property, is missing and feared dead. Police are seeking the ex-convict who visited the house last night. It is feared that Foster may have been the victim of a gangland murder. I banged through the door to the darkened room and stopped short. In the gloom, I could see Foster sitting on the edge of the bed, looking my way. "Look at this," I yelped, flapping the paper in his face. "Now the cops are dragging the state for me, and on a murder rap at that. Get on the phone and get this thing straightened out, if you can. You and your little green men. The cops think they've stumbled on Al Capone's arsenal. You'll have fun explaining that one." Foster looked at me interestedly. He smiled. "What's funny about it, Foster?" I yelled. "Your dough may buy you out, but what about me?" "Forgive me for asking," Foster said pleasantly, "but who are you?" There are times when I'm slow on the uptake, but this wasn't one of them. The implications of what Foster had said hit me hard enough to make my knees go weak. "Oh no, Mr. Foster," I said. "You can't lose your memory again, not right now, not with the police looking for me. You're my alibi. You're the one that has to explain all the business about the guns and the ad in the paper. I just came to see you about a job, remember?" My voice was getting a little shrill. Foster sat looking at me, wearing an expression between a frown and a smile, like a credit manager turning down an application. He shook his head slightly. My name is not Foster. Look, I said, your name was Foster yesterday. That's all I care about. You're the one that owns the house the cops are all upset about. And you're the corpse I'm supposed to have knocked off. You've got to go to the cops with me, right now, and tell them I'm just an innocent bystander. I went to the window and raised the shades to let some light into the room. Turned back to Foster. I'll explain to the cops about you thinking the little men were after you. I stopped talking and stared at Foster. For a wild moment, I thought I'd made a mistake, that I'd wandered into the wrong room. I knew Foster's face all right. The light was bright enough now to see clearly, but the man I was talking to couldn't have been a day over 20 years old. I went close to him, staring hard. There were the same cool blue eyes, but the lines around them were gone. The black hair grew lower and thicker than I remembered it, and the skin was clear. I sat down hard on my bed. Mamma mia, I said. Que es la dificultad? Foster said. Shut up, I moaned. I'm confused enough in one language. I was trying hard to think, but I couldn't seem to get started. A few minutes earlier, I'd had the world by the tail, just before it turned around and bit me. Cold sweat popped out on my forehead when I thought about how close I had come to driving off in Foster's car. Every cop in the state would be looking for it by now, and if they found me in it, the jury wouldn't be out 10 minutes reaching a verdict of guilty. Then another thought hit me, the kind that brings you bolt upright with your teeth clenched and your heart hammering. It wouldn't be long before the local hick cops would notice the car out front. They'd come in after me, and I'd tell them it belonged to Foster. They'd take a look at him and say, Nuts! The bird we want is 50 years old. And where did you hide the body? I got up and started pacing. Foster had already told me there was nothing to connect him with his house in Mayport. The locals there had seen enough of him to know he was pushing middle age, at least. I could kick and scream and tell them this 20-year-old kid was Foster, but I'd never make it stick. There was no way to prove my story. They'd figure Foster was dead and that I'd killed him. And anybody who thinks you need a corpus to prove murder better read his Perry Mason again. I glanced out of the window and did a double take. 2 cops were standing by Foster's car. One of them went around to the back and got out a pad and took down the license number, then said something over his shoulder and started across the street. The second cop planted himself by the car, his eye on the front of the hotel. I whirled on Foster. Get your shoes on, I croaked. Let's get the hell out of here. We went down the stairs quietly and found a back door opening on an alley. Nobody saw us go. An hour later, I sagged in a grimy coach seat and studied Foster sitting across from me. A middle-aged nut with the face of a young kid and a mind like a blank slate. I had no choice but to drag him with me. My only chance was to stick close and hope he got back enough of his memory to get me off the hook. It was time for me to be figuring my next move. I thought about the $50,000 I had left behind in the car and groaned. Foster looked concerned. Are you in pain? He said. And how I'm in pain, I said. Before I met you, I was a homeless bum, broke and hungry. Now I can add a couple more items. The cops are after me, and I've got a mental case to nurse maid. What law have you broken? Foster said. None, I barked. As a crook, I'm a washout. I've planned 3 larcenies in the last 12 hours, and flunked out on all of them. And now I'm wanted for murder. Whom did you kill? Foster inquired courteously. I leaned across so I could snarl in his face. You! Then, get this through your head, Foster. The only crime I'm guilty of is stupidity. I listened to your crazy story. Because of you, I'm in a mess I'll never get straightened out. I leaned back. And then there's the question of old men that take a nap and wake up in their late teens. We'll go into that later, after I've had my nervous breakdown. I'm sorry if I've been the cause of difficulty, Foster said. I wish that I could recall the things you've spoken of. Is there anything I can do to assist you now? And you were the one who wanted help, I said. There is one thing. Let me have the money you've got on you. We'll need it. Foster got out his wallet, after I told him where it was, and handed it to me. I looked through it. There was nothing in it with a photo or fingerprints. When Foster said he had arranged matters so that he could disappear without a trace, he hadn't been kidding. We'll go to Miami, I said. I know a place in the Cuban section where we can lie low, cheap. Maybe if we wait a while, you'll start remembering things. Yes, Foster said. That would be pleasant. You haven't forgotten how to talk, at least, I said. I wonder what else you can do. Do you remember how you made all that money? I can remember nothing of your economic system, Foster said. He looked around. This is a very primitive world in many respects, he said. It should not be difficult to amass wealth here. I never had much luck at it, I said. I haven't even been able to amass the price of a meal. Food is exchanged for money? Foster asked. Everything is exchanged for money, I said, including most of the human virtues. This is a strange world, Foster said. It will take me a long while to become accustomed to it. Yeah, me too, I said. Maybe things would be better on Mars. Foster nodded. Perhaps, he said. Perhaps we should go there. I groaned, then caught myself. No, I'm not in pain, I said. But don't take me so literally, Foster. We rode along in silence for a while. Say, Foster, I said, have you still got that notebook of yours? Foster tried several pockets, came up with the book. He looked at it, turned it over, frowning. You remember it? I said, watching him. He shook his head slowly, then ran his finger around the circles embossed on the cover. This pattern, he said, it signifies... Go on, Foster, I said. Signifies what? I'm sorry, he said. I don't remember. I took the book and sat looking at it. I really didn't see it, though. I was seeing my future. When Foster didn't turn up, they'd naturally assume he was dead. I'd been with him just before his disappearance. It wasn't hard to see why they'd want to talk to me. And my having vanished too wouldn't help any. My picture would blossom out in post offices all over the country. And even if they didn't catch me right away, the murder charge would always be there, hanging over me. It wouldn't do any good to turn myself in and tell them the whole story. They wouldn't believe me, and I wouldn't blame them. I didn't really believe it myself, and I'd lived through it. But then, maybe I was just imagining that Foster looked younger. After all, a good night's rest. I looked at Foster and almost groaned again. 20 was stretching it. 18 was more like it. I was willing to swear he'd never shaved in his life. Foster, I said, it's got to be in this book. Who you are, where you came from. It's the only hope I've got. I suggest we read it then, Foster said. A bright idea, I said. Why didn't I think of that? I thumbed through the book to the section in English and read for an hour. Starting with the entry dated January 19th, 1710, the writer had scribbled a few lines every few months. He seemed to be some kind of pioneer in the Virginia colony. He complained about prices and the Indians and the ignorance of the other settlers, and every now and then he threw in a remark about the enemy. He often took long trips, and when he got home, he complained about those, too. It's a funny thing, Foster, I said. This is supposed to have been written over a period of a couple of 100 years, but it's all in the same hand. It's kind of odd, isn't it? Why should a man's handwriting change? Foster said. Well, it might get a little shaky there toward the last, don't you agree? Why's that? I'll spell it out, Foster, I said. Most people don't live that long. 100 years is stretching it, to say nothing of 2. This must be a very violent world, then, Foster said. Skip it, I said. You talk like you're just visiting. By the way, do you remember how to write? Foster looked thoughtful. Yes, he said, I can write. I handed him the book and the stylus. Try it, I said. Foster opened to a blank page, wrote,
and handed the book back to me. Always and always and always, I read. I looked at Foster. What does that mean? I looked at the words again, then quickly flipped to the pages written in English. I was no expert on penmanship, but this came up and cracked me right in the eye. The book was written in Foster's hand. It doesn't make sense, I was saying for the 40th time. Foster nodded sympathetic agreement. Why would you write out this junk yourself and then spend all that time and money trying to have it deciphered? You said experts worked over it and couldn't break it. But, I went on, you must have known you wrote it. You knew your own handwriting. But on the other hand, you had amnesia before. You had the idea you might have told something about yourself in the book. I sighed, leaned back, and tossed the book over to Foster. Here, you read a while, I said. I'm arguing with myself and I can't tell who's winning. Foster looked the book over carefully. This is odd, he said. What's odd? The book is made of calf. It is a permanent material, and yet it shows damage. I sat perfectly still and waited. Here, on the back cover, Foster said. A scuffed area. Since this is calf, it cannot be an actual scar. It must have been placed there. I grabbed the book and looked. There was a faint mark across the back cover, as though the book had been scraped on something sharp. I remembered how much luck I had had with a knife. The mark had been put there, disguised as a casual nick in the finish. It had to mean something. How do you know what the material is? I asked. Foster looked surprised. In the same way that I know the window is of glass, he said. I simply know. Speaking of glass, I said, wait till I get my hands on a microscope. Then maybe we'll begin to get some answers. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of A Trace of Memory by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The 200-pound senorita with the wart on her upper lip put a pot of black Cuban coffee and a pitcher of salted milk down beside the 2 chipped cups, leered at me in a way that might have been appealing 30 years before, and waddled back to the kitchen. I poured a cup, gulped half of it, and shuddered. In the street outside the cafe, a guitar cried Estrelita. Okay, Foster, I said. Here's what I've got. The first half of the book is in pothooks. I can't read that. But this middle section, the part coded in regular letters, is actually encrypted English. It's a sort of resume of what happened. I picked up the sheets of paper on which I had transcribed my deciphering of the coded section of the book, using the key that had been micro-engraved in the fake scratch on the back cover. I read, For the first time, I am afraid. My attempt to construct the communicator called down the hunters upon me. I made such a shield as I could contrive, and sought their nesting place. I came there, and it was in that place that I knew of old, and it was no hive, but a pit in the ground, built by men of the 2 worlds. And I would have come into it, but the hunters swarmed in their multitudes. I fought them and killed many, but at last I fled away. I came to the western shore, and there I hired bold sailors and a poor craft, and set forth. In 49 days we came to shore in this wilderness, and there were men as from the dawn of time, and I fought them, and when they had learned fear, I lived among them in peace, and the hunters have not found this place. Now it may be that my saga ends here, but I will do what I am able. The change may soon come upon me. I must prepare for the stranger who will come after me. All that he must know is in these pages, and I say to him, have patience, for the time of this race draws close. Venture not again on the eastern continent, but wait, for soon the northern sailors must come in numbers into this wilderness. Seek out their cleverest metal workers, and when it may be, devise a shield, and only then return to the pit of the hunters. It lies in the plain, 50 10,000ths parts of the girth of this, to the west of the great chalk face,
and 1,470 parts north from the median line, as I reckon. The stones mark it well with the sign of the two worlds." I looked across at Foster. It goes on then with a blow-by-blow account of dealings with aborigines. He was trying to get them civilized in a hurry. They figured he was a god, and he set them to work building roads and cutting stone and learning mathematics and so on. He was doing all he could to set things up so this stranger who was to follow him would know the score and carry on the good work. Foster's eyes were on my face. "What is the nature of the change he speaks of?" "He never says, but I suppose he's talking about death," I said. "I don't know where the stranger is supposed to come from." "Listen to me, Legion," Foster said. There was a hint of the old anxious look in his eyes. "I think I know what the change was. I think he knew he would forget." "You've got amnesia on the brain, old buddy," I said. "And the stranger is himself, a man without a memory." I sat frowning at Foster. "Yeah, maybe," I said. "Go on." "And he says that all the stranger needs to know is there, in the book." "Not in the part I decoded," I said. "He describes how they're coming along with the road building job, and how the new mine panned out, but there's nothing about what the hunters are, or what had gone on before he tangled with them the first time." "It must be their Legion, but in the first section, the part written in alien symbols." "Maybe," I said, "but why the hell didn't he give us a key to that part?" "I think he assumed that the stranger, himself, would remember the old writing," Foster said. "How could he know that it would be forgotten with the rest?" "Your guess is as good as any," I said. "Maybe better. You know how it feels to lose your memory." "But we've learned a few things," Foster said. "The pit of the hunters. We have the location. If you call this 10,000 parts to the west of Chalkface a location," I said. "We know more than that," Foster said. "He mentions a plain, and it must lie on a continent to the east." "If you assume that he sailed from Europe to America, then the continent to the east would be Europe," I said. "But maybe he went from Africa to South America, or—" "The mention of northern sailors. That suggests the Vikings." "You seem to know a little history, Foster," I said. "You've got a lot of odd facts tucked away." "We need maps," Foster said. "We'll look for a plain near the sea." "Not necessarily." "And with a formation called a chalk face to the east." "What's this median line business?" I said. "And the bit about 10,000 parts of something?" "I don't know, but we must have maps." "I bought some this afternoon," I said. "I also got a dime store globe. I figured we might need them. Let's get out of this and back to the room where we can spread out. I know it's a grim prospect, but—" I got to my feet, dropped some coins on the oilcloth covered table, and led the way out. It was a short half block to the flea trap we called home. We kept out of it as much as we could, holding our long daily conferences across the street at the Novidadas. The roaches scurried as we passed up the dark stairway to our not much brighter room. I crossed to the bureau and opened a drawer. "The globe," Foster said, taking it in his hands. "I wonder if perhaps he meant a 10,000th part of the circumference of the earth." "What would he know about—" "Disregard the anachronistic aspect of it," Foster said. "The man who wrote the book knew many things. We'll have to start with some assumptions. Let's make the obvious ones. That we're looking for a plain on the west coast of Europe lying—" He pulled a chair up to the scabrous table and riffled through to one of my scribbled sheets. 50 10,000ths of the circumference of the earth. That would be about 125 miles west of a chalk formation and 3,675 miles north of a median line." "Maybe," I said, "he means the equator." "Certainly. Why not? That would mean our plane lies on a line through—" he studied the small globe— "Warsaw and south of Amsterdam." "But this part about a rock outcropping," I said. "How do we find out if there's any conspicuous chalk formation around there?" "We can consult the geology text. There may be a library in this neighborhood." "The only chalk deposits I ever heard about," I said, "are the White Cliffs of Dover." "White Cliffs?" We both reached for the globe at once. 125 miles west of the Chalk Cliffs, said Foster. He ran a finger over the globe. North of London, but south of Birmingham. That puts us reasonably near the sea. Where's the atlas? I said. I rummaged, came up with a cheap tourist's edition, flipped the pages. Here's England, I said. Now we look for a plain. Foster put a finger on the map. Here, he said. A large plain called Salisbury. Large is right, I said. It would take years to find a stone cairn on that. We're getting excited about nothing. We're looking for a hole in the ground hundreds of years old, if this lousy notebook means anything, maybe marked with a few stones, in the middle of miles of plain, and it's all guesswork anyway. I took the atlas, turned the page. I don't know what I expected to be getting out of decoding those pages, I said, but I was hoping for more than this. I think we should try, Legion, Foster said. We can go there, search over the ground. It would be costly, but not impossible. We can start by gathering capital. Wait a minute, Foster, I said. I was staring at a larger scale map showing southern England. Suddenly my heart was thudding. I put a finger on a tiny dot in the center of Salisbury Plain. 6-2 and even, I said. There's your pit of the hunters. Foster leaned over, read the fine print. Stonehenge. I read from the encyclopedia page. This great stone structure, lying on the plain of Salisbury, Wiltshire, England, is preeminent among megalithic monuments of the ancient world. Within a circular ditch 300 feet in diameter, stones up to 22 feet in height are arranged in concentric circles. The central altar stone, over 16 feet long, is approached from the northeast by a broad roadway called the Avenue. It is not an altar, Foster said. How do you know? Because, Foster frowned. I know, that's all. The journal said the stones were arranged in the sign of the two worlds, I said. That means the concentric circles, I suppose. The same thing that's stamped on the cover of the notebook. And the ring, Foster said. Let me read the rest. A great sarsen stone stands upright in the avenue. The axis through the two stones, when erected, pointed directly to the rising of the sun on Midsummer Day. Calculations based on this observation indicate a date of approximately 1600 BC. Foster took the book, and I sat on the windowsill and looked out at a big Florida moon over the ragged lines of roofs, with a skinny royal palm sticking up in silhouette. It didn't look much like the postcard views of Miami. I lit a cigarette and thought about a man who long ago had crossed the North Atlantic in a dragon boat to be a god among the Indians. I wondered where he came from, and what it was he was looking for, and what kept him going in spite of the hell that showed up in the spare lines of the journal he kept. If, I reminded myself, he had ever existed. Foster was poring over the book. Look, I said, let's get back to Earth. We have things to think about, plans to make. The fairy tales can wait until later. What do you suggest? Foster said. That we forget the things you've told me, and the things we've read here? Discard the journal and abandon the attempt to find the answers? No, I said. I'm no sorehead. Sure, there's some things here that somebody ought to look into, someday. But right now what I want is the cops off my neck. And I've been thinking. I'll dictate a letter. You write it. Your lawyers know your handwriting. Tell them you were on the thin edge of a nervous breakdown. That's why all the artillery around your house. And you made up your mind suddenly to get away from it all. Tell them you don't want to be bothered. That's why you're traveling incognito. And that the northern mobster that came to see you was just stupid, not a killer. That ought to at least cool off the cops. Foster looked thoughtful. That's an excellent suggestion, he said. Then we need merely to arrange for passage to England and proceed with the investigation. You don't get the idea, I said. You can arrange things by mail so we get our hands on that dough of yours. Any such attempt would merely bring the police down on us, Foster said. You've already pointed out the unwisdom of attempting to pass myself off as myself. There ought to be a way, I said. We have only one avenue of inquiry, Foster said. We have no choice but to explore it. We'll take passage on a ship to England. What do we use for money? And papers? It would cost hundreds. Unless, I added, we worked our way. But that's no good. We'd still need passports, plus union cards and seamen's tickets. Your friend, Foster said. The one who prepares passports. Can't he produce the other papers as well? Yeah, I said. I guess so. But it will cost us. I'm sure we can find a way to pay, Foster said. Will you see him early in the morning? I looked around the blousy room. Hot night air stirred a geranium wilting in a tin can on the windowsill. An odor of bad cooking and worse plumbing floated up from the street. At least, I said, it would mean getting out of here. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of A Trace of Memory by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was almost sundown when Foster and I pushed through the door to the saloon bar at the Ancient Sinner and found a corner table. I watched Foster spread out his maps and papers. Behind us, there was a murmur of conversation and the thump of darts against the board. When are you going to give up and admit we're wasting our time? I said. 2 weeks of tramping over the same ground and we end up in the same place. We've hardly begun our investigation, Foster said mildly. You keep saying that, I said, but if there ever was anything in that rock pile, it's long gone. The archaeologists have been digging over the site for years and they haven't come up with anything. They don't know what to look for, Foster said. They were searching for indications of religious significance, human sacrifice, that sort of thing. We don't know what we're looking for either, I said, unless you think maybe we'll meet the hunters hiding under a loose stone. You say that sardonically, Foster said, but I don't consider it impossible. I know, I said. You've convinced yourself that the hunters were after us back at Mayport when we ran off like a pair of idiots. From what you've told me of the circumstances, Foster began. I know. You don't consider it impossible. That's the trouble with you. You don't consider anything impossible. It would make life a lot easier for me if you'd let me rule out a few items, like leprechauns who hang out at Stonehenge. Foster looked at me, half smiling. It had only been a few weeks since he woke up from a nap looking like the senior class president who hadn't made up his mind whether to be a preacher or a movie star. But he had already lost that mild, innocent air. He learned fast, and day by day I had seen his old personality reemerge, and, in spite of my attempts to hold on to the ascendancy, dominate our partnership. It's a failing of your culture, Foster said, that hypothesis becomes dogma almost overnight. You're too close to your Neolithic when the blind acceptance of tribal lore had survival value. Having learned to evoke the fire god from sticks, by rote you tend to extend the principle to all established facts. Here's an established fact for you, I said. We've got 15 pounds left. That's about $40. It's time we figure out where to go from here before somebody starts checking up on those phony papers of ours. Foster shook his head. I'm not satisfied that we've exhausted the possibilities here. I've been studying the geometric relationships between the various structures. I have some ideas I want to check. I think it might be a good idea to go out at night, when we can work without the usual crowd of tourists observing every move. I groaned. My dogs are killing me, I said. Let's hope you'll come up with something better, or at least different. We'll have a bite to eat here, and wait until dark to start out, Foster said. The publican brought us plates of cold meat and potato salad. I worked on a thin but durable slice of ham and thought about all the people, somewhere, who were sitting down now to gracious meals in the glitter of crystal and silver.
I've had too many greasy French fries in too many cheap dives the last few years. I could feel them all now, burning in my stomach. I was getting farther from my island all the time, and it was nobody's fault but mine. "The ancient sinner," I said. "That's me." Foster looked up. "Curious names these old pubs have," he said. "I suppose in some cases the origins are lost in antiquity." "Why don't they think up something cheery?" I said, "like the Paradise Bar and Grill or the Happy Hour Cafe. Did you notice the sign hanging outside?" "No." "A picture of a skeleton. He's holding one hand up like a Yankee evangelist prophesying doom. You can see it through the window there." Foster turned and looked at the weathered sign creaking in the evening wind. He looked at it for a long time. When he turned back, there was a strange look around his eyes. "What's the matter?" I started. Foster ignored me, waved to the proprietor, a short, fat countryman. He came over to the table, wiping his hands on his apron. "A very interesting old building," Foster said. "We've been admiring it. When was it built?" "Well, sir," the publican said, "this here house is many 100 year old. It were built by the monks, they say, from the monastery what used to stand nearby here. It were tore down by the king's men, Henry that was, what time he drove the papists out." "That would be Henry VIII, I suppose?" "Aye, it would that. And the house is all that were spared, it being the brewing house, as the king said were a worthwhile institution. And he laid on a tithe that 2 kegs of stout was to be laid by for the king's use each brewing time." "Very interesting," Foster said. "Is the custom still continued?" The publican shook his head. "It were ended in my grandfirst time, it being that the queen were a teetotaler." "How did it acquire the curious name, the Ancient Sinner?" "The tale is," the publican said, "that one day a lay brother of the order were digging about yonder on the plain by the great stones, in search of the Druids' treasure, albeit the abbot had forbid him to go nigh the heathen ground. And he come on the bones of a man, and being of a kindly turn, he had the thought to give them Christian burial. Now, knowing the abbot would nae permit it, he set to work to dig a grave by moonlight in holy ground, under the monastery walls. But the abbot, being wakeful, were abroad, and come on the brother a digging, and when he asked why of it, the lay brother, having visions of penances to burden him for many a day, he ups and tells the abbot it were an ale cellar he were about digging. And the abbot, not being without wisdom, clapped him on the back and went on his way. And so it was the alehouse got built and blessed by the abbot, and with it the bones that was laid away under the floor beneath the ale casks." "So the ancient sinner is buried under the floor?" "Aye, so the tale goes, though I've not dug for him myself. But the house has been knowed by the name these 400 years. "Where was it you said the lay brother was digging?" "On the plain, yonder, by the Druid stones, what they call Stonehenge," the publican said. He picked up the empty glasses. "What about another, gentleman?" "Certainly," Foster said. He sat quietly across from me, his features composed, but I could see there was tension under the surface calm. "What's this all about?" I asked softly. "When did you get so interested in local history?" "Later," Foster murmured. "Keep looking bored." "That'll be easy," I said. The publican came back and placed heavy glass mugs before us. "You were telling us about the lay brothers finding the bones," Foster said. "You say they were buried in Stonehenge?" The publican cleared his throat, glanced sideways at Foster. "The gentleman wouldn't be from the university now, I suppose," he said. "Let's just say," Foster said easily, smiling, "that we have a great interest in these bits of lore. An interest supported by modest funds, of course." The publican made a show of wiping at the rings on the tabletop. "A costly business, I wager," he said, "digging about in odd places and all. Now, knowing where to dig, That's important, I'll be bound. Very important, Foster said. Worth £5 easily. 'Twere my grandfer told me of the spot. Took me out by moonlight, he did, and showed me where his grandfer had showed him. Told me it were a fine great secret, the likes of which a simple man could well take pride in. And an additional £5, as a token of my personal esteem, Foster said. The publican eyed me. Well, a secret as was handed down father to son. And of course my associate wishes to express his esteem too, Foster said. Another £5 worth. That's all the esteem the budget will bear, Mr. Foster, I said. I got out the £15 and passed the money across to him. I hope you haven't forgotten those people back home who wanted to talk to us, I said. They'll be getting in touch with us any time now, I'll bet. Foster rolled up the bills and held them in his hand. That's true, Mr. Legion, he said. Perhaps we shouldn't take the time. But being it's for the advancement of science, the publican said, I'm willing to make the sacrifice. We'll want to go out tonight, Foster said. We have a very tight schedule. The landlord dickered with Foster for another 5 minutes before he agreed to guide us to the spot where the skeleton had been found. When he left, I began, Now, tell me. Look at the signboard again, Foster said. I looked. The skull smiled, holding up a hand. I see it, I said, but it doesn't explain why you handed over our last buck. Look at the hand. Look at the ring on the finger. I looked again. A heavy ring was painted on the bony index finger, with a pattern of concentric circles. It was a duplicate of the one on Foster's finger. The publican pulled the battered Morris Minor to the side of the highway and set the brake. This is as close as we best take the machine, he said. We got out, looked across the rolling plain, where the megaliths of Stonehenge loomed against the last glow of sunset. The publican rummaged in the boot, produced a ragged blanket and 2 long 4-cell flashlights, gave one to Foster and the other to me. Dinna use the electric torches until I tell you, he said, lest the whole county see there's folks abroad here. We watched as he draped the blanket over a barbed wire fence, clambered over, and started across the barren field. Foster and I followed, not talking. The plain was deserted. A few lonely lights showed on a distant slope. It was a dark night with no moon. I could hardly see the ground ahead. A car moved along a distant road, its headlights bobbing. We moved past the outer ring of stones, skirting fallen slabs 20 feet long. We'll break our necks, I said. Let's have one of the flashlights. Not yet, Foster whispered. Our guide paused. We came up to him. It were a mortal long time since I were last hereabouts, he said. I best take me bearings off the Friar's Heel. What's that? Yon great stone standing alone in the avenue. We squinted. It was barely visible as a dark shape against the sky. The bones were buried there? Foster asked. Nay, all by theirself they was. Now it were 20 paces, grandfer said, him being 15 stone and long in the leg. The publican muttered to himself, pacing off distances. What's to keep him from just pointing to a spot after a while, I said to Foster, and saying, this is it. We'll wait and see, Foster said. They were a hollow, as it were, in the earth, the publican said, with a bit of stone by it. I reckon it were 50 paces from here, he pointed. Yonder. I don't see anything, I said. Let's take a closer look. Foster started off and I followed, the publican trailing behind. I made out a dim shape with a deep depression in the earth before it. This could be the spot, Foster said. Old graves often sink. Suddenly he grabbed my arm. Look! The surface of the ground before us seemed to tremble, then heave. Foster snapped on his flashlight. The earth at the bottom of the hollow rose, cracked open. A boiling mass of luminescence churned, and a globe of light separated itself
rose, bumbling along the face of the weathered stone. "Saints preserve us," the publican said in a choked voice. Foster and I stood rooted to the spot, watching. The lone globe rose higher, and abruptly shot straight toward us. Foster threw up an arm and ducked. The ball of light veered, struck him a glancing blow, darted off a few yards, hovered. In an instant, the air was alive with the spheres, boiling up from the ground and hurtling toward us, buzzing like a hive of yellow jackets. Foster's flashlight lanced out toward the swarm. "Use your light, Legion!" he shouted hoarsely. I was still standing, frozen. The globes rushed straight at Foster, ignoring me. Behind me, I heard the publican turn and run. I fumbled with the flashlight switch, snapped it on, swung the beam of white light on Foster. The globe at his head vanished as the light touched it. More globes swarmed to Foster, and popped like soap bubbles in the flashlight's glare, but more swarmed to take their places. Foster reeled, fighting at them. He swung the light, and I heard it smash against the stone behind him. In the instant darkness, the globes clustered thick around his head. "Foster!" I yelled. "Run!" He got no more than 5 yards before he staggered, went to his knees. "Cover!" he croaked. He fell on his face. I rushed the mass of darting globes, took up a stance, straddling his body. A sulphurous reek hung around me. I coughed, concentrated on beaming the lights around Foster's head. No more were rising from the crack in the earth now. A suffocating cloud pressed around both of us, but it was Foster they went for. I thought of the slab. If I could get my back to it, I might have a chance. I stooped, got a grip on Foster's coat, and started back, dragging him. The lights boiled around me. I swept the beam of light and kept going until my back slammed against the stone. I crouched against it. Now they could only come from the front. I glanced at the cleft the lights had come from. It looked big enough to get Foster into. That would give him some protection. I tumbled him over the edge, then flattened my back against the slab and settled down to fight in earnest. I worked in a pattern, sweeping vertically, then horizontally. The globes ignored me, drove toward the cleft, fighting to get at Foster, and I swept them away as they came. The cloud around me was smaller now, the attack less ravenous. I picked out individual globes, snuffed them out. The hum became ragged, faltered. Then there were only a few globes around me, milling wildly, disorganized. The last half-dozen fled, bumbling across the plain. I slumped against the rock, sweat running down into my eyes, my lungs burning with the sulfur. "Foster!" I gasped. "Are you all right?" He didn't answer. I flashed the light onto the cleft. It showed me damp clay, a few pebbles. Foster was gone. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of A Trace of Memory by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I scrambled to the edge of the pit and played the light around inside. It shelved back at one side, and a dark mouth showed, sloping down into the earth, the hiding place from which the globes had swarmed. Foster was wedged in the opening. I scrambled down beside him, tugged him back to the level ground. He was still breathing. That was something. I wondered if the pub owner would come back now that the lights were gone, or if he'd tell someone what had happened, bring out a search party. Somehow I doubted it. He didn't seem like the type to ask for trouble with the ghosts of ancient sinners. Foster groaned and opened his eyes. "Where are they?" he muttered. "Take it easy, Foster," I said. "You're okay now." "Legion," Foster said. He tried to sit up. "The Hunters." "Okay, call them Hunters if you want to. I haven't got a better name for them. I worked them over with the flashlights. They're gone." "That means—" "Let's not worry about what it means. Let's just get out of here." "The Hunters, they burst out of the ground, from a cleft in the earth." "That's right. You were halfway into the hole. I guess that's where they were hiding."
The pit of the hunters, Foster said. If you say so, I said. Lucky you didn't go down it. Legion, give me the flashlight. I feel something coming on that I'm not going to like, I said. I handed him the light and he flashed it into the tunnel mouth. I saw a polished roof of black glass arching 4 feet over the rubble-strewn bottom of the shaft. A stone, dislodged by my movement, clattered away down the 30-degree slope. Hell, that tunnel's man-made, I said, peering into it. And I don't mean Neolithic man. Legion, we'll have to see what's down there, Foster said. We could come back later with ropes and big insurance policies, I said. But we won't, Foster said. We found what we were looking for. Sure, I said, and it serves us right. Are you sure you feel good enough to make like Alice and the White Rabbit? I'm sure. Let's go. Foster thrust his legs into the opening, slid over the edge, and disappeared. I followed him. I eased down a few feet, glanced back for a last look at the night sky, then lost my grip and slid. I hit bottom hard enough to knock the wind out of me. I got to my hands and knees on a level, gravel-strewn floor. What is this place? I dug the flashlight out of the rubble, flashed it around. We were in a low-ceilinged room 10 yards square. I saw smooth walls, the dark bulks of massive shapes that made me think of sarcophagi in Egyptian burial vaults, except that these threw back highlights from dials and levers. For a couple of guys who get shy in the company of cops, I said, we've a talent for doing the wrong thing. This is some kind of top-secret military installation. Impossible, Foster replied. This couldn't be a modern structure at the bottom of a rubble-filled shaft. Let's get out of here fast, I said. We've probably set off an alarm already. As if in answer, a slow chime cut across our talk. Pearly light sprang up on a square panel. I got to my feet, moved over to stare at it. Foster came to my side. What do you make of it? He said. I'm no expert on Stone Age relics, I said. But if that's not a radar screen, I'll eat it. I sat down in the single chair before the dusty control console and watched a red blip creep across the screen. Foster stood behind me. We owe a debt to that ancient sinner, he said. Who would have dreamed he'd lead us here? Ancient sinner, I said. This place is as modern as next year's jukebox. Look at the symbols on the machines, Foster said. They're identical with those in the first section of the journal. All pothooks look alike to me, I said. It's this screen that's got me worried. If I've got it doped out correctly, that blip is either a mighty slow airplane or it's at one hell of an altitude. Modern aircraft operate at great heights, Foster said. Not at this height, I said. Give me a few more minutes to study these scales. There are a number of controls here, Foster said. Obviously intended to activate mechanisms. Don't touch them, I said, unless you want to start World War III. I hardly think the results would be so drastic, Foster replied. Surely this installation has a simple purpose, unconnected with modern wars, but very possibly connected with the mystery of the journal and of my own past. The less we know about this, the better, I said. At least if we don't mess with anything, we can always claim we just stepped in here to get out of the rain. You're forgetting the hunters, said Foster. Some new anti-personnel gimmick. They came out of this shaft, Legion. It was opened by the pressure of the hunters bursting out. Why did they pick that precise moment, just as we arrived? I asked. I think they were aroused, said Foster. I think they sensed the presence of their ancient foe. I swung around to look at him. I see the way your thoughts are running, I said. You're their ancient foe now, huh? Just let me get this straight. That means that 1,800 years ago, you personally had a fight with the hunters here at Stonehenge. You killed a batch of them and ran. You hired some kind of Viking ship and crossed the Atlantic. Later on, you lost your memory and started being a guy named Foster. A few weeks ago, you lost it again. Is that the picture? More or less. And now we're a couple of 100 feet under Stonehenge, after a brush with a crowd of luminous stink bombs, And you're telling me you'll be 900 on your next birthday. Remember the entry in the journal, Legion? I came to the place of the hunters, and it was a place I knew of old, and there was no hive, but a pit built by men of the two worlds. Okay, I said, so you're pushing 1,000. I glanced at the screen, got out a scrap of paper, and scribbled a rapid calculation. Here's another big number for you. That object on the screen is at an altitude, give or take a few percent, of 30,000 miles. I tossed the pencil aside, swung around to frown at Foster. What are we mixed up in, Foster? Not that I really want to know. I'm ready to go to a nice clean jail now and pay my debt to society. Calm down, Legion, Foster said. You're raving. Okay, I said, turning back to the screen. You're the boss. Do what you like. It's just my reflexes wanting to run. I've got no place to run to. At least with you, I've always got the wild hope that maybe you're not completely nuts and that somehow... I sat upright, eyes on the screen. Look at this, Foster, I snapped. A pattern of dots flashed across the screen, faded, flashed again. Some kind of IFF, I said, a recognition signal. I wonder what we're supposed to do now. Foster watched the screen, saying nothing. I don't like that thing blinking at us, I said. It makes me feel conspicuous. I looked at the big red button beside the screen. Maybe if I pushed that. Without waiting to think it over, I jabbed at it. A yellow light blinked on the control panel. On the screen, the pattern of dots vanished. The red blip separated, a smaller blip moving off at right angles to the main mass. I'm not sure you should have done that, Foster said. There is room for doubt, I said in a strained voice. It looks like I've launched a bomb from the ship overhead. The climb back up the tunnel took 3 hours, and every foot of the way I was listening to a refrain in my head. This may be it. This may be it. This may be... I crawled out of the tunnel mouth and lay on my back, breathing hard. Foster groped his way out beside me. We'll have to get to the highway, I said, untying the 10-foot rope of ripped garments that had linked us during the climb. There's a telephone at the pub. We'll notify the authorities. I glanced up. Hold it. I grabbed Foster's arm and pointed overhead. What's that? Foster looked up. A brilliant point of blue light, brighter than a star, grew perceptibly as we watched. Maybe we won't get to notify anybody, after all, I said. I think that's our bomb, coming home to roost. That's illogical, Foster said. The installation would hardly be arranged merely to destroy itself in so complex a manner. Let's get out of here, I yelled. It's approaching us very rapidly, Foster said. The distance we could run in the next few minutes would be trivial by comparison with the killing radius of a modern bomb. We'll be safer sheltered in the cleft than on the open. We could slide down the tunnel, I said. And be buried? You're right, I'd rather fry on the surface. We crouched, watching the blue glare directly overhead growing larger, brighter. I could see Foster's face by its light now. That's no bomb, Foster said. It's not falling. It's coming down slowly, like a slowly falling bomb, I said. And it's coming right down on top of us. Goodbye, Foster. I can't claim it's been fun knowing you, but it's been different. We'll feel the heat at any second now. I hope it's fast. The glaring disk was the size of the full moon now, unbearably bright. It lit the plain like a pale blue sun. There was no sound. As it dropped lower, the disk foreshortened, and I could see a dark shape above it, dimly lit by the glare thrown back from the ground. The thing is the size of a ferry boat, I said. It's going to miss us, Foster said. It will come to ground several hundred feet to the east of us. We watched the slender shape float down with dreamlike slowness, now 500 feet above, now 300, then hovering just above the giant stones. It's coming down smack on top of Stonehenge, I yelled. We watched as the vessel settled into place, dead center on the ancient ring of stones. For a moment they were vividly silhouetted against the flood of blue radiance. Then, abruptly, the glare faded and died.
Foster, I said, do you think it's barely possible? A slit of yellow light appeared on the side of the hull. Then it widened to a square. A ladder extended itself, dropping down to touch the ground. If somebody with tentacles starts down that ladder, I said, in an unnaturally shrill voice, I'm getting out of here. No one will emerge, Foster said quietly. I think we'll find, Legion, that this ship of space is at our disposal. I'm not going aboard that thing, I said for the 5th time. I'm not sure of much in this world, but I'm sure of that. Legion, Foster said, this is no 20th century military vessel. It obviously homed on the transmitter in the underground station, which appears to be directly under the old monument, which is several thousand years old. And I'm supposed to believe the ship has been orbiting the Earth for the last few thousand years, waiting for someone to press the red button? You call that logical? Given permanent materials, such as those the notebook is made of, it's not impossible, or even difficult. We got out of the tunnel alive. Let's settle for that. We're on the verge of solving a mystery that goes back through the centuries, said Foster. A mystery that I've pursued, if I understand the journal, through many lifetimes. One thing about losing your memory, you don't have any fixed ideas to get in the way of your theories. Foster smiled grimly. The trail has brought us here. We must follow it wherever it leads. I lay on the ground, staring up at the unbelievable shape across the field, the beckoning square of light. This ship, or whatever it is, I said, it drops down out of nowhere and opens its doors, and you want to walk right into the cozy interior? Listen, Foster cut in. I heard a low rumbling then, a sound that rolled ominously, like distant guns. More ships, I started. Jet aircraft, Foster said. From the bases in East Anglia, probably. Of course, they'll have tracked our ship in. That's all for me, I yelled, getting to my feet. The secret's out. Get down, Legion, Foster shouted. The engines were a blanketing roar now. What for? They... 2 long lines of fire traced themselves across the sky, curving down. I hit the dirt behind the stone in the same instant the rocket struck. The shock wave slammed at the earth like a monster thunderclap, and I saw the tunnel mouth collapse. I twisted, saw the red interior of the jet tailpipe as the fighter hurtled past, rolling into a climbing turn. They're crazy, I yelled. Firing on... A second barrage blasted across my indignation. I hugged the muck and waited while 9 salvos shook the earth. Then the rumble died reluctantly. The air reeked of high explosives. We'd have been dead now if we'd tried the tunnel, I gasped, spitting dirt. It caved at the first rocket. And if the ship was what you thought, Foster, they've destroyed something... The sentence died unnoticed. The dust was settling, and through it the shape of the ship reared up, unchanged, except that the square of light was gone. As I watched, the door opened again, and the ladder ran out once more, invitingly. They'll try next time with nukes, I said. That may be too much for the ship's defenses, and it will sure be too much for us. Listen, Foster cut in. A deeper rumble was building in the distance. To the ship, Foster called. He was up and running, and I hesitated just long enough to think about trying for the highway and being caught in the open, and then I was running too. Ahead, Foster stumbled, crossing the ground that had been ripped up by the rocket bursts, made it to the ladder, and went up it fast. The growl of the approaching bombers grew, a snarl of deadly hatred. I leaped a still smoking stone fragment, took the ladder in 2 jumps, plunged into the yellow-lit interior. Behind me, the door smacked shut. I was standing in a luxuriously fitted circular room. There was a pedestal in the center of the floor, from which a polished bar projected. The bones of a man lay beside it. While I stared, Foster sprang forward, seized the bar, and pulled. It slid back easily. The lights flickered, and I had a moment of vertigo. Nothing else happened. Try it the other way, I yelled. The bombs will fall any second.
I went for it, hand outstretched. Foster thrust in front of me. "Look!" I stared at the glowing panel he was pointing to, a duplicate of the one in the underground chamber. It showed a curved white line with a red point ascending from it. "We're clear," Foster said. "We've made a successful takeoff." "But we can't be moving. There's no acceleration." "There must be soundproofing. That's why we can't hear the bombers." "No soundproofing would help if we were at ground zero," Foster said. "This ship is the product of an advanced science. We've left the bombers far behind." "Where are we going? Who's steering this thing?" "It steers itself, I would judge," Foster said. "I don't know where we're going, but we're well on the way." I looked at him in amazement. "You like this, don't you, Foster? You're having the time of your life." "I can't deny that I'm delighted at this turn of events," Foster said. "Don't you see? This vessel is a launch, or lifeboat, under automatic control, and it's taking us to the mother ship." "Okay, Foster," I said. I looked at the skeleton on the floor behind him. "But I hope we have better luck than the last passenger." End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of A Trace of Memory by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was 2 hours later, and Foster and I stood silent before a 10-foot screen that had glowed into life when I touched a silver button beside it. It showed us a vast emptiness of bottomless black, set thick with coruscating points of polychrome brilliance that hurt to look at. And against that backdrop, a ship, vast beyond imagining, blotting out half the titanic vista with its bulk. But dead. Even from the distance of miles, I could sense it. The great black torpedo shape, dull moonlight glinting along the unbelievable length of its sleek flank, drifted, a derelict. I wondered for how many centuries it had waited here. And for what? "I feel," said Foster, "somehow I'm coming home." I tried to say something, croaked, cleared my throat. If this is your jitney," I said, "I hope they didn't leave the meter ticking on you. We're broke." "We're closing rapidly," said Foster. "Another 10 minutes, I'd guess." "How do we go about heaving to alongside? You didn't come across a book of instructions, did you?" "I think I can predict that the approach will be automatic." "This is your big moment, isn't it?" I said. "I've got to hand it to you, pal. You've won out by pluck, just like the Rover boys." The ship appeared to move smoothly closer, looming over us, fine golden lines of decorative filigree work visible now against the black. A tiny square of pale light appeared, grew into a huge bay door that swallowed us. The screen went dark, there was a gentle jar, then motionlessness. The port opened silently. "We've arrived," Foster said. "Shall we step out and have a look?" "I wouldn't think of going back without one," I said. I followed him out and stopped dead, gaping. I had expected an empty hold, bare metal walls. Instead, I found a vaulted cavern, shadowed, mysterious, rich with 1,000 colors. There was a hint of strange perfume in the air, and I heard low music that muttered along stalagmite-like buttresses. There were pools, playing fountains, waterfalls, dim vistas stretching away, lit by slanting rays of muted sunlight. "What kind of place is it?" I asked. "It's like a fairyland, or a dream." "It's not an earthly scheme of decoration," Foster said, "but I find it strangely pleasing." "Hey, look over there!" I yelped suddenly, pointing. An empty-eyed skull stared past me from the shadows at the base of a column. Foster went over to the skull, stood looking down at it. "There was a disaster here," he said. "That much is plain." "It's creepy," I said. "Let's go back. I forgot to get film for my brownie." "The long dead pose no threat," said Foster. He was kneeling, looking at the white bones. He picked up something, stared at it. "Look, Legion." I went over. Foster held up a ring. "We're onto something hot, pal," I said. "It's the twin to yours." "I wonder who he was."
I shook my head. If we knew that, and who killed him, or what... Let's go on. The answers must be here somewhere. Foster moved off toward a corridor that reminded me of a sunny avenue lined with chestnut trees, though there were no trees and no sun. I followed, gaping. For hours we wandered, looking, touching, not saying much, but saturated in wonder, like kids in a toy factory. We came across another skeleton lying among towering engines. Finally, we paused in a giant storeroom stacked high with supplies. Have you stopped to think, Foster? I said, fingering a length of rose-violet cloth as thin as woven spiderwebs. This boat's a treasure house of saleable items. Talk about the wealth of the Indies. I seek only one thing here, my friend, Foster said. My past. Sure, I said, but just in case you don't find it, you might consider the business angle. We can set up a regular shuttle run, hauling stuff down. You Earthmen, sighed Foster. For you, every new experience is immediately assessed in terms of its merchandising possibilities. Well, I leave that to you. Okay, I said. You go on ahead and scout around down that way if you want, where the technical looking stuff is. I want to browse around here for a while. As you wish. We'll meet at this end of the big hall we passed back there, okay? Foster nodded and went on. I turned to a bin filled with what looked like unset emeralds the size of walnuts. I picked up a handful, juggled them lovingly. Anyone for marbles? I murmured to myself. Hours later, I came along a corridor that was like a path through a garden that was a forest, crossed a ballroom like a meadow floored in fine-grained rust-red wood and shaded by giant ferns, and went under an arch into the hall where Foster sat at a long table cut from yellow marble. A light the color of sunrise gleamed through tall pseudo-windows. I dumped an armful of books on the table. Look at these, I said, all made from the same stuff as the journal. And the pictures! I flipped open one of the books, a heavy folio-sized volume, to a double-page spread in color showing a group of bearded Arabs in dingy white jalabas staring toward the camera, a flock of thin goats in the background. It looked like the kind of picture the National Geographic runs, except that the quality of the color and detail was equal to the best color transparencies. I can't read the print, I said, but I'm a whiz at looking at pictures. Most of the books showed scenes like I hope I never see in the flesh, but I found a few that were made on Earth. God knows how long ago. Travel books, perhaps, Foster said. Travel books that you could sell to any university on Earth for their next year's budget, I said, shuffling pages. Take a look at this one. Foster looked across at the panoramic shot of a procession of shaven-headed men in white sarongs carrying a miniature golden boat on their shoulders, descending a long flight of white stone steps leading from a colonnade of heroic human figures with folded arms and painted faces. In the background, brick-red cliffs loomed up, baked in desert heat. That's the temple of Hatshepsut in its prime, I said, which makes this print close to 4,000 years old. Here's another I recognize. I turned to a smaller aerial view, showing a gigantic pyramid, its polished stone facing chipped in places, and with a few panels missing from the lower levels, revealing the cruder structure of massive blocks beneath. That's one of the major pyramids, maybe Khufu's, I said. It was already a couple thousand years old and falling into disrepair. And look at this. I opened another volume, showed Foster a vivid photograph of a great shaggy elephant with a pinkish trunk upraised between wide curving yellow tusks. A mastodon, I said, and there's a woolly rhino, and an ugly looking critter that must be a saber-tooth. This book is old. A lifetime of rummaging wouldn't exhaust the treasures aboard this ship, said Foster. How about bones? Did you find any more? Foster nodded. There was a disaster of some sort, perhaps disease. None of the bones was broken. I can't figure the one in the lifeboat, I said. Why was he wearing a necklace of bear's teeth? I sat down across from Foster. "We've got plenty of mysteries to solve, all right. But there are some other items we better talk about. For instance, where's the kitchen? I'm getting hungry." Foster handed me a black rod from among several that lay on the table. "I think this may be important," he said. "What is it, a chopstick?" "Touch it to your head, above the ear." "What does it do, give you a massage?" I pressed it to my temple. I was in a gray-walled room, facing a towering surface of ribbed metal. I reached out, placed my hands over the proper perforations. The housings opened. For apparent malfunction in the quaternary field amplifiers, I knew, auto-inspection circuit override was necessary before activation. I blinked, looked around at the yellow table and piled books, the rod in my hand. "I was in some kind of powerhouse," I said. "There was something wrong with "The quaternary field amplifiers," Foster said. "I seemed to be right there," I said. "I understood exactly what it was all about." "These are technical manuals," Foster said. "They'll tell us everything we need to know about the ship." "I was thinking about what I was getting ready to do," I said. "The way you do when you're starting into a job. I was troubleshooting the quaternary Watsits, and I knew how." Foster got to his feet and moved toward the doorway. "We'll have to start at one end of the library and work our way through," he said. "It will take us a while, but we'll get the facts we need. Then we can plan." Foster picked a handful of briefing rods from the racks in the comfortably furnished library and started in. The first thing we needed was a clue as to where to look for food and beds, or for operating instructions for the ship itself. I hoped we might find the equivalent of a library card catalog. Then we could put our hands on what we wanted in a hurry. I went to the far end of the first rack and spotted a short row of red rods that stood out vividly among the black ones. I took one out, thought it over, decided it was unlikely that it was any more dangerous than the others, and put it against my temple. As the bells rang, I applied neurovascular tension, suppressed cortical areas upsilon, zeta, and iota, and stood by for... I jerked the rod from my head, my ears still ringing with the shrill alarm. The effect of the rods was like reality itself, but intensified. All attention focused single-mindedly on the experience at hand. I thought of the entertainment potentialities of the idea. You could kill a tiger, ride an airplane down in flames, face the heavyweight champion. I wondered about the stronger sensations, like pain and fear. Would they seem as real as the impulse to check the whatchamacallits, or tighten up your cortical thingamajigs? I tried another rod. At the sound of the apex tone, I racked instruments, walked, not ran, to the nearest transfer channel. Another. Having assumed duty as alert officer, I reported first to coordination control via shortline, and confirmed rapport. These were routine SOPs covering simple solutions aboard ship. I skipped a few, tried again. Needing a xivometer, I keyed Instruction Complex 1, followed with the code. 3 rods further along, I got this. The situation falling outside my area of primary conditioning, I reported in corpo to Technical Building, Level 9, Section 4, Subsection 12, Preliminary. I recalled that it was now necessary to supply my activity code. My activity code. My activity code. A sensation of disorientation grew. Confused images flickered like vague background noise, then a clear voice cut across the confusion. "You have suffered partial personality fade. Do not be alarmed. Select a general background orientation rod from the nearest emergency rack. Its location is..." I was moving along the stacks to pause in front of a niche where a U-shaped plastic strip was clamped to the wall. I removed it, fitted it to my head. Then, I was moving along the stacks to pause in front of a niche. I was leaning against the wall, my head humming. The red stick lay on the floor at my feet. That last bit had been potent. Something about a general background briefing. "Hey, Foster," I called. "I think I've got something." He appeared from the stacks. "As I see it,
I said. "This background briefing should tell us all we need to know about the ship. Then we can plan our next move more intelligently. We'll know what we're doing." I took the thing from the wall, just as I had seemed to do in the phantom scene the red rod had projected for me. "These things make me dizzy," I said, handing it to Foster. "Anyway, you're the logical one to try it." He took the plastic shape, went to the reclining seat at the near end of the library hall, and settled himself. "I have an idea this one will hit harder than the others," he said. He fitted the clamp to his head, and instantly his eyes glazed. He slumped back, limp. "Foster!" I yelled. I jumped forward, started to pull the plastic piece from his head, then hesitated. Maybe Foster's abrupt reaction was standard procedure, but I didn't like it much. I went on reasoning with myself. After all, this was what the red rod had indicated as normal procedure in a given emergency. Foster was merely having his faded personality touched up. And his full-blown, three-dimensional personality was what we needed to give us the answers to a lot of the questions we'd been asking. Though the ship and everything in it had lain unused and silent for forgotten millennia, still, the library should be good. The librarian was gone from his post for forgotten centuries, and Foster was lying unconscious, and I was 30,000 miles from home, but I shouldn't let trifles like that worry me. I got up and prowled the room. There wasn't much to look at except stacks and more stacks. The knowledge stored here was fantastic, both in magnitude and character. If I ever get home with a load of these rods... I strolled through a door leading to another room. It was small, functional, dimly lit. The middle of the room was occupied by a large and elaborate divan with a cap-shaped fitting at one end. Other curious accoutrements were ranked along the walls. There wasn't much in them to thrill me, but bone-wise, I had hit the jackpot. 2 skeletons lay near the door in the final slump of death. Another lay beside the fancy couch. There was a long-bladed dagger beside it. I squatted beside the 2 near the door and examined them closely. As far as I could tell, they were as human as I was. I wondered what kind of men they had been, what kind of world they had come from, that could build a ship like this and stock it as it was stocked. The dagger that lay near the other bones was interesting. It seemed to be made of a transparent orange metal, and its hilt was stamped in a repeated pattern of the 2 worlds motif. It was the first clue as to what had taken place among these men when they last lived. Not a complete clue, but a start. I took a closer look at an apparatus like a dentist's chair parked against the wall. There were spidery-looking metal arms mounted above it, and a series of colored glass lenses. A row of dull silver cylinders was racked against the wall. Another projected from a socket at the side of the machine. I took it out and looked at it. It was a plain, pewter-colored plastic, heavy and smooth. I felt pretty sure it was a close cousin to the chopsticks stored in the library. I wondered what brand of information was recorded in it as I dropped it in my pocket. I lit a cigarette and went out to where Foster lay. He was still in the same position as when I had left him. I sat down on the floor beside the couch to wait. It was an hour before he stirred, heaved a sigh, and opened his eyes. He reached up, pulled off the plastic headpiece, dropped it on the floor. "Are you okay?" I said. "Brother, I've been sweating." Foster looked at me, his eyes traveling up to my uncombed hair and down to my scuffed shoes. His eyes narrowed in a faint frown. Then he said something in a language that seemed to be all Z's and Q's. "Don't spring any surprises on me, Foster," I said hoarsely. "Talk American." A look of surprise crossed his face. He stared into my eyes again, then glanced around the room. "This is a ship's library," he said. I heaved a sigh of relief. "Whew, you gave me a scare, Foster. I thought for a second your memory was wandering again." Foster was watching my face as I spoke. "What was it all about?" I said. "What have you found out?" "I know you," said Foster slowly. "Your name is Legion." I nodded. I can feel myself getting tense again. Sure, you know me. Just take it easy, pal. This is no time to lose your marbles. I put a hand on his shoulder. You remember, we were... He shook my hand off. That is not the custom in Vallon, he said coldly. Vallon, I echoed. What kind of routine is this, Foster? We were friends when we walked into this room an hour ago. We were hot on the trail of something, and I'm human enough to want to know how it turned out. Where are the others? There's a couple of others in the next room, I snapped, but they've lost a lot of weight. I can find you several more in the same condition. Outside of them, there's only me. Foster looked at me as if I wasn't there. I remember Vallon, he said. He put a hand to his head. But I remember, too, a barbaric world, brutal and primitive. You were there. We traveled in a crude rail car, and then in a barge that wallowed in the sea. There were narrow, ugly rooms, evil odors, harsh noises. That's not a very flattering portrait of God's country, I said, but I'm afraid I recognize it. The people were the worst, Foster said. Misshapen, diseased, with swollen abdomens and wasted skin and withered limbs. Some of the boys don't get out enough, I said. The hunters. We fled from them, Legion, you and I remember a landing ring. He paused. Strange, it had lost its capstones and fallen into ruin. Us natives call it Stonehenge. The hunters burst out of the earth. We fought them. But why should the hunters seek me? I was hoping you'd tell me, I said. Do you know where this ship came from and why? This is a ship of the two worlds, he replied, but I know nothing of how it came to be here. How about all that stuff in the journal? Maybe now you... The journal, Foster broke in. Where is it? In your coat pocket, I guess. Foster felt through his jacket awkwardly, brought out the journal. He opened it. I moved around to look over his shoulder. He had the book open to the first section, the part written in the curious alien characters that nobody had been able to decipher. And he was reading it. We sat at the library table of deep green, heavy polished wood, the journal open at its center. For hours I had waited while Foster read. Now at last he leaned back in his chair, ran a hand through his youthful black hair, and sighed. My name, he said, was Quolklin, and this, he laid his hands upon the book, is my story. This is one part of the past I was seeking, and I remember none of it. Tell me what the journal says, I asked. Read it to me. Foster picked it up, riffled the pages. It seems that I awoke once before, in a small room aboard this vessel. I was lying on a memo couch, by which circumstance I knew that I had suffered a change. You mean you'd lost your memory, and regained it on the couch. My memory trace had been reimpressed upon my mind. I awoke knowing my identity, but not how I came to be aboard this vessel. The journal says that my last memory was of a building beside the shallow sea. Where's that? On a far world called Vallon. Yeah? And what next? I looked around me and saw 4 men lying on the floor, slashed and bloody. One was alive. I gave him what emergency treatment I could, then searched the ship. I found 3 more men, dead, none living. Then the hunters attacked, swarming to me. Our friends, the fireballs. Yes. They would have sucked the life from me, and I had no shield of light. I fled to the lifeboat, carrying the wounded man. I descended to the planet below, your Earth. The man died there. He had been my friend, a man named Merlin. I buried him in a shallow depression in the earth and marked the place with a stone. The ancient sinner, I said. Yes. I suppose it was his bones the lay brother found. And we found out last night that the depression was the result of dirt sifting into the ventilator shaft. But I guess you didn't know anything about the underground installation way back then. Doesn't the journal say anything? No. There is no mention made of it here. Foster shook his head. How curious to read of the affairs of this stranger and know he is myself. How about the hunters? How did they get to Earth? They are insubstantial creatures, said Foster. Yet they can endure the vacuum of space. I can only surmise that they followed the lifeboat down. They were tailing you? Yes, but I have no idea why they pursued me. They're harmless creatures in the natural state, used to seek out the rare fugitive from justice on Vallon. They can be attuned to the individual. Thereafter, they follow him and mark him out for capture. Kind of like bloodhounds, I said. Say, what were you, a big-time racketeer on Vallon? The journal is frustratingly silent as to my Vallonian career, said Foster. But this whole matter of the unexplained intergalactic voyage and the evidences of violence aboard the ship make me wonder whether I and perhaps others of my companions were being exiled for crimes done in the two worlds. Wow! So they sicked the hunters on you, I said. But why did they hang around at Stonehenge all this time? There was a trickle of power feeding the screens, said Foster. They need a source of electrical energy to live. Until 100 years ago, it was the only one on the planet. How did they get down into the shaft without opening it up? Given time, they pass easily through porous substances. But of course, last night when I came on them after their long fast, they simply burst through in their haste. Okay, what happened next, after you buried the man? The journal tells that I was set upon by natives, men who wore the hides of animals. One of their number entered the ship. He must have moved the drive lever. It lifted, leaving me marooned. So those were his bones we found in the boat, I mused. The ones with the bear-tooth necklace. I wonder why he didn't come into the ship. Undoubtedly he did. But remember the skeleton we found just inside the landing port? That must have been a pretty fresh and rather gory corpse at the time the savage stepped aboard. It probably seemed to him all too clear an indication of what lay in store for himself if he ventured further. In his terror, he must have retreated to the boat to wait, and there starved to death. He was stranded in your world, and you were stranded in his. Yes, said Foster. And then it seems I lived among the brute men and came to be their king. I waited there by the landing ring through many years in the hope of rescue. Because I did not age as the natives did, I was worshipped as a god. I would have built a signaling device, but there were no pure metals, nothing I could use. I tried to teach them, but it was a work of centuries. I should think you could have set up a school, trained the smartest ones, I said. There was no lack of intelligent minds, Foster said. It is plain that the savages were of the blood of the two worlds. This earth must have been seeded long ago by some ancient castaways. But how could you go on living for hundreds of years? Are your people supermen that live forever? The natural span of a human life is very great. Among your people, there is a wasting disease, from which you all die young. That's no disease, I said. You just naturally get old and die. The human mind is a magnificent instrument, Foster said, not meant to wither quickly. I'll have to chew that one over, I said. Why didn't you catch this disease? All Vallonians are inoculated against it. I'd like a shot of that, I said. But let's get back to you. Foster turned the pages of the journal. I ruled many peoples, under many names, he said. I traveled in many lands, seeking for skilled metal workers, glass blowers, wise men, but always I returned to the landing ring. It must have been tough, I said, exiled on a strange world, living out your life in a wilderness, century after century. My life was not without interest, Foster said. I watched my savage people put aside their animal hides and learn the ways of civilization. I taught them how to build and keep herds and till the land. I built a great city, and I tried, foolishly, to teach their noble caste the code of chivalry of the two worlds. But although they sat at a round table like the great ring board at Akh Hamaloth, they never really understood. And then they grew too wise, and wondered at their king who never aged. I left them and tried again to build a long signaler. The hunters sensed it and swarmed to me. I drove them off with fires, and then I grew curious and followed them back to their nest. I know, I said, and it was a place you knew of old. No hive, but a pit built by men. They overwhelmed me. I barely escaped with my life. Starvation had made the hunters vicious. They would have drained my body of its life energy. And if you'd known the transmitter was there, but you didn't, so you put an ocean between you and them. They found me, even there. Each time I destroyed many of them and fled, but always a few lived to breed and seek me out again. But your signaler, didn't it work? No, it was a hopeless attempt. Only a highly developed technology could supply the raw materials. I could only teach what I knew, encourage the development of the sciences, and wait. And then I began to forget. Why? A mind grows weary, Foster said. It is the price of longevity. It must renew itself. Shock and privation hasten the change. I had held it off for many centuries. Now I felt it coming on me. At home, on Vallon, a man would record his memory at such a time, store it electronically in a recording device, and after the change, use the memory trace to restore, in his renewed body, his old recollections in toto. But marooned as I was, my memories, once lost, were gone forever. I did what I could. I prepared a safe place and wrote messages that I would find when I awoke. When you woke up in the hotel, you were young again overnight. How could it happen? When the mind renews itself, easing the scars of the years, the body too regenerates. The skin forgets its wrinkles, and the muscles their fatigue. They become again as they once were. When I first met you, I said, you told me about waking up back in 1918 with no memory. Yours is a harsh world, Legion. I must have forgotten many times. Somewhere, sometime, I lost the vital link, forgot my quest. When the hunters came again, I fled, not understanding. You had a machine gun set up in the house at Mayport. What good was that against the hunters? None, I suppose, Foster replied. But I didn't know. I only knew that I was pursued. And by then, you could have made a signaler, I said, but you'd forgotten how, or even that you needed one. But in the end, I found it, with your help, Legion. But still there is a mystery. What came to pass aboard this ship all those centuries ago? Why was I here? And what killed the others? Look, I said, here's a theory. There was a mutiny while you were in the machine having your memory fixed. You woke up and it was all over, and the crew is dead. That hypothesis will serve, said Foster. But one day I must learn the truth of this matter. What I can't figure out is why somebody from Vallon didn't come after this ship. It was right here in orbit. Consider the immensity of space, Legion. This is one tiny world among the stars. But there was a station here, fitted out for handling your ships. That sounds like it was a regular port of call. And the books with the pictures, they prove your people have been here off and on for thousands of years. Why would they stop coming? There are such beacons on 1,000 worlds, said Foster. Think of it as a buoy marking a reef, a trailblaze in a wilderness. Ages could pass before a wanderer chanced to sway again. The fact that the ventilator shaft at Stonehenge was choked with the debris of centuries when I first landed there shows how seldom this world was visited. I thought about it. Bit by bit, Foster was putting together the jigsaw pieces of his past. But he still had a long way to go before he had the big picture, frame and all. I had an idea. Say, you said you were in the memory machine. You woke up there, and you just had your memory restored. Why not do the same thing again, now? That is, if your brain can take another pounding this soon. Yes, he said. He stood up abruptly. There's just a chance. Come. I followed him out of the library into the room with the bones. He moved over to look down at them curiously. Quite a fracas, I said. 3 of them. This would be the room where I awakened, said Foster. Those are the men I saw dead. They're still dead, I said. But what about the machine? Foster walked across to the fancy couch, leaned down beside it, then shook his head. No, he said. Of course, it wouldn't be here. What? My memory trace. The one that was used to restore my memory that other time. Suddenly, I recalled the cylinder I had pocketed hours before. With a surprising flutter at my heart, I held it up like a kid in a classroom who knows he's got the right answer. This it? Foster glanced at it briefly. No, that's an empty, like those you see filed over there. He pointed to the rack of pewter-colored cylinders on the opposite wall. They would be used for emergency recordings. Regular multi-life memory traces would be key-coded with a pattern of colored lines. It figures, I said. That would have been too easy. We have to do everything the hard way. I looked around. It's a big bureau to look for a collar button under, but I guess we can try. It doesn't matter, really. When I return to Vallon, I'll recover my past. There are vaults where every citizen's trace is stored. But you had yours here with you. It could only have been a copy. The master trace is never removed from Camelot. I guess you'll be eager to get back there, I said. That would be quite a moment for you, getting back home after all these years. Speaking of years, were you able to figure out how long you were marooned down on Earth? I lost all record of dates long ago, said Foster. I can only estimate the time. About how long? I persisted. Since I descended from this ship, Legion, he said, 3,000 years have passed. I hate to see the team split up, I said. You know, I was kind of getting used to being an apprentice nut. I'm going to miss you, Foster. Come with me to Vallon, Legion, he said. We were standing in the observation lounge, looking out at the bright-lit surface of the Earth 30,000 miles away. Beyond it, the dead white disk of the moon hung like a cardboard cutout. Thanks anyway, buddy, I said. I'd like to see those other worlds of yours, but in the end I might regret it. It's no good giving an Eskimo a television set. I'd just sit around on Vallon pining for home. Beat up people, stinks and all. You could return here someday. From what I understand about traveling in a ship like this, I said, a couple of 100 years would pass before I got back, even if it only seemed like a few weeks en route. I want to live out my life here, with the kind of people I know, in the world I grew up in. It has its faults, but it's home. Then there is nothing I can do, Legion, Foster said, to reward your loyalty and express my gratitude. Well, I said, there is a little something. Let me take the lifeboat and stock it with a few goodies from the library and some of those marbles from the storeroom and a couple of the smaller mechanical gadgets. I think I know how to merchandise them in a way that'll leave the economy on an even keel and incidentally set me up for life. As you said, I'm a materialist. As you wish, Foster said. Take whatever you desire. One thing I'll have to do when I get back, I said, is open the tunnel at Stonehenge enough to sneak a thermite bomb down it, if they haven't already found the beacon station. As I judge the temper of the local people, Foster said, the secret is safe for at least 3 generations. I'll bring the boat down in a blind spot where radar won't pick it up, I said. Our timing was good. In another few years, it wouldn't have been possible. And this ship would soon have been discovered, Foster said, in spite of radar-negative screens. I looked at the great smooth sphere hanging, haloed, against utter black. The Pacific Ocean threw back a brilliant image of the sun. I think I see an island down there that will fit the bill perfectly, I said. And if it doesn't, there are 1,000,000 more to choose from. You've changed, Legion, Foster said. You sound like a man with a fair share of joie de vivre. I used to think I was a guy who never got the breaks, I said. There's something about standing here looking at the world that makes that kind of thinking sound pretty dumb. There's everything down there a man needs to make his own breaks, even without a stock of trade goods. Every world has its rules of life, Foster said, some more complex than others. To face your own reality, that's the challenge. Me against the universe, I said. With those odds, even a loser can look good. I turned to Foster. We're in a 10-hour orbit, I said. We'd better get moving. I want to put the boat down in southern South America. I know a place there where I can offload without answering too many questions. You have several hours before the most favorable launch time, Foster said. There's no hurry. Maybe not, I said, but I've got a lot to do. I took a last look toward the majestic planet beyond the view screen, and I'm eager to get started. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of A Trace of Memory by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I sat on the terrace watching the sun go down into the sea and thinking about Foster somewhere out there beyond the purple palaces on the far horizon, in the ship that had waited for him for 3,000 years, heading home at last. It was strange to reflect that for him, traveling near the speed of light, only a few days had passed, while 3 years went by for me, 3 fast years that I had made good use of. The toughest part had been the first few months after I put the lifeboat down in a canyon in the desert country south of a little town called Itzenca in Peru. I waited by the boat for a week to be sure the vigilantes weren't going to show up full of helpful suggestions and embarrassing questions. Then I hiked to town carrying a pack with a few carefully selected items to start my new career. It took me 2 weeks to work, lie, barter, and plead my way to the seaport town of Callao, and another week to line up passage home as a deckhand on a banana scow. I disappeared over the side at Tampa, and made it to Miami without attracting attention. As far as I could tell, the cops had already lost interest in me. My old friend, the heavyweight senorita, wasn't overjoyed to see me, but she put me up, and I started on my plan to turn my souvenirs into money. The items I had brought with me from the lifeboat were a pocketful of little gray dominoes that were actually movie film, and a small projector to go with them. I didn't offer them for sale direct. I made arrangements with an old acquaintance in the business of making pictures with low costume budgets for private showings. I set up the apparatus and projected my films, and he copied them in 35mm. I told him that I'd smuggled them in from East Germany. He didn't think much of the Krauts, but he admitted you had to hand it to them technically. The special effects were absolutely top-notch. His favorite was one I called The Mammoth Hunt. I had 12 pictures altogether. With a little judicious cutting and a dubbed-in commentary, they made up into fast-moving 20-minute short subjects. He got in touch with a friend in the distribution end in New York, and after a little cagey fencing over contract terms, we agreed on a deal that paid $100,000 for the 12, with an option on another dozen at the same price. Within a week after the pictures hit the neighborhood theaters around Bayonne, New Jersey in a cautious tryout, I had offers up to $500,000 for my next consignment, no questions asked. I left my pal Mickey to handle the details on a percentage basis and headed back for Itzenca. The lifeboat was just as I'd left it. It would have been all right for another 50 years, as far as the danger of anybody stumbling over it was concerned. I explained to the crew I brought out with me that it was a fake rocket ship, a prop I was using for a film I was making. I let them wander all over it and get their curiosity out of their systems. The consensus was that it wouldn't fool anybody. No tail fins, no ray guns, and the instrument panel was a joke. But they figured that it was my money, so they went to work setting up a system of camouflage nets, part of the plot, I told them, and offloading my cargo. A year after my homecoming, I had my island, a square mile of perfect climate, 15 miles off the Peruvian coast, and a house that was tailored to my every whim by a mind-reading architect who made a fortune on the job and earned it. The uppermost floor, almost a tower, was a strong room, and it was there that I had stored my stock in trade. I had sold off the best of the 100 or so films I had picked out before leaving Foster, but there were plenty of other items. The projector itself was the big prize. The self-contained power unit converted nuclear energy to light with a 99% efficiency. It scanned the films, one molecular layer at a time, and projected a continuous picture.
No 16 frames a second flicker here.
The color and sound were absolutely lifelike, with the result that I'd had a few complaints from my distributor that the Technicolor was kind of washed out. The principles involved in a projector were new, and, in theory at least, way over the heads of our local physicists. But the practical application was nothing much. I figured that with the right contacts in scientific circles to help me introduce the system, I had $1 billion industry up my sleeve. I had already fed a few little gimmicks into the market. A tough paper suitable for shirts and underwear, a chemical that bleached teeth white as the driven snow, an all-color pigment for artists. With the knowledge I had absorbed from all the briefing rods I had studied, I had the techniques of 100 new industries at my fingertips, and I hadn't exhausted the possibilities yet. I spent most of a year roaming the world, discovering all the things that a free hand with a dollar bill could do for a man. The next year I put in fixing up the island, buying paintings and rugs and silver for the house, and a concert grand piano. After the first big thrill of economic freedom had worn off, I still enjoyed my music. For 6 months I had a full-time physical instructor giving me a 24-hour-a-day routine of diet, sleep, and all the precision bodybuilding my metabolism could stand. At the end of the course I was twice the man I'd ever been, the instructor was a physical wreck, and I was looking around for a new hobby. Now, after 3 years, it was beginning to get me. Boredom. The disease of the idle rich that I had sworn would never touch me. But thinking about wealth and having it on your hands are two different things, and I was beginning to remember almost with nostalgia the tough old times when every day was an adventure full of cops and missed meals and 1,000 unappeased desires. Not that I was really suffering. I was relaxed in a comfortable chair, after a day of surf fishing and a modest dinner of Chateaubriand. I was smoking a skinny cigar rolled by an expert from the world's finest leaf and listening to the best music $1,000 hi-fi could produce. And the view, though free, was worth $1 million a minute. After a while, I would stroll down to the boathouse, start up the Rolls-powered launch, and tool over to the mainland, transfer to my caddy convertible, and drive into town, where a tall brunette from Stockholm was waiting for me to take her to the movies. My steady gal was a hard-working secretary for an electronics firm. I finished up my stogie and leaned forward to drop it in a big silver ashtray when something caught my eye out across the red-painted water. I sat squinting at it, then went inside and came out with a pair of 7 by 50 binoculars. I focused them and studied the dark speck that stood out clearly now against the gaudy sky. It was a heavy-looking powerboat heading dead toward my island. I watched it come closer, swing off toward a 100-foot concrete jetty I had built below the seawall, and ease alongside in a murmur of powerful engines. They died, and the boat sat in a sudden silence, dwarfing the pier. I studied the bluish-gray hull, the inconspicuous flag aft. 2 heavy deck guns were mounted on the foredeck, and there were 4 torpedoes slung in launching cradles. The hardware didn't make half as much impression on me as the ranks of helmeted men drawn up on deck. I sat and watched. The men shuffled off onto the pier, formed up into 2 squads. I counted 48 men and a couple of officers. There was the faint sound of orders being barked, and the column stepped off, moving along the paved road that swung between the transplanted royal palms and hibiscus, right up to the wide drive that curved off to the house. They halted, did a left face, and stood at parade rest. The 2 officers, wearing Class A's, and a tubby civilian with a briefcase came up the drive, trying to look as casual as possible under the circumstances. They paused at the foot of the broad flight of Tennessee marble steps leading up to my porch. The leading officer, a brigadier general no less, looked up at me. "May we come up, sir?" he said. I looked across at the silent ranks waiting at the foot of the drive. "If the boys want a drink of water, Sarge," I said, "tell them to come on over." "I am General Smale," the BG said. "This is Colonel Sanchez of the Peruvian Army.
He indicated the other military type. And Mr. Pruffy of the American Embassy at Lima. Howdy, Mr. Pruffy, I said. Howdy, Mr. Sanchez. Howdy. This, call is official in nature, Mr. Legion, the general said. It's a matter of great importance involving the security of your country. Okay, General, I said. Come on up. What's happened? You boys haven't started another war, have you? They filed up onto the terrace, hesitated, then shook hands, and sat down gingerly in the chairs. Pruffy held his briefcase in his lap. Put your sandwiches on the table if you like, Mr. Pruffy, I said. He blinked, gripped the briefcase tighter. I offered my hand-tooled cigars around. Pruffy looked startled. Smale shook his head, and Sanchez took 3. I'm here, the general said, to ask you a few questions, Mr. Legion. Mr. Pruffy represents the Department of State in the matter, and Colonel Sanchez... Don't tell me, I said. He represents the Peruvian government, which is why I don't ask you what an armed American force is doing wandering around on Peruvian soil. Here, Pruffy put in. I hardly think... I believe you, I said. What's it all about, Smale? I'll come directly to the point, he said. For some time, the investigative and security agencies of the U.S. government have been building a file on what, for lack of a better name, has been called the Martians. Smale coughed apologetically. A little over 3 years ago, he went on, an unidentified flying object... You interested in flying saucers, General? By no means, he snapped. The object appeared on a number of radar screens descending from extreme altitude. It came to Earth at... Don't tell me you came all the way out here to tell me you can't tell me, I said. A site in England, Smale said. American aircraft were dispatched to investigate the object. Before they could make identification, it rose again, accelerated at tremendous speed, and was lost at an altitude of several hundred miles. I thought we had better radar than that, I said. The satellite program... No such specialized equipment was available, Smale said. An intensive investigation turned up the fact that 2 strangers, possibly Americans, had visited the site only a few hours before the, visitation. I nodded. I was thinking about the close call I'd had when I went back to see about lobbing a bomb down the shaft to obliterate the beacon station. There were plainclothes men all over the place, like old maids at a movie star's funeral. It was just as well. They never found it. The rocket blasts had collapsed the tunnel, and apparently the whole underground installation was made of non-metallic substances that didn't show up in detecting equipment. I had an idea metal was passé where Foster came from. Some months later, Smale went on, a series of rather curious short films went on exhibition in the United States. They showed scenes representing conditions on other planets, as well as ancient and prehistoric incidents here on Earth. They were prefaced with explanations that they merely represented the opinions of science as to what was likely to be found on distant worlds. They attracted wide interest, and with few exceptions, scientists praised their verisimilitude. I admire a clever fake, I said. With a topical subject like space travel, one item which was commented on as a surprising inaccuracy, in view of the technical excellence of the other films, Smale said, was the view of our planet from space showing the Earth against the backdrop of stars. A study of the constellations by astronomers quickly indicated a date approximately 7000 BC for the scene. Oddly, the North Polar Cap was shown centered on Hudson's Bay. No South Polar Cap was in evidence. The continent of Antarctica appeared to be at a latitude of some 30 degrees, entirely free of ice. I looked at him and waited. Now, studies made since that time indicate that 9,000 years ago, the North Pole was indeed centered on Hudson's Bay, Smale said, and Antarctica was in fact ice-free. That idea's been around a long time, I said. There was a theory. Then there was the matter of the views of Mars, the general went on. The aerial shots of the canals were regarded as very cleverly done. He turned to Pruffy, who opened his briefcase and handed a couple of photos across.
This is a scene taken from the film, Smale said. It was an 8 by 10 color shot showing a row of mounds drifted with pinkish dust against a blue-black horizon. Smale placed another photo beside the first. This one, he said, was taken by automatic cameras in the successful Mars probe of last year. I looked. The second shot was fuzzy, and the color was shifted badly toward the blue, but there was no mistaking the scene. The mounds were drifted a little deeper, and the angle was different, but they were the same mounds. In the meantime, Smale bored on relentlessly, a number of novel products appeared on the market. Chemists and physicists alike were dumbfounded at the theoretical base implied by the techniques involved. One of the products, a type of pigment, embodied a completely new concept of crystallography. Progress, I said. Why, when I was a boy, it was an extremely tortuous trail we followed, Smale said. But we found that all these curious observations making up the Martians file had, in the end, only one factor in common. And that factor, Mr. Legion, was you. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of A Trace of Memory by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was a few minutes after sunrise, and Smale and I were back on the terrace, toying with the remains of ham steaks and honeydew. That's one advantage of being in jail in your own house. The food's good, I commented. I can understand your feelings, Smale said. Frankly, I didn't relish this assignment, but it's clear that there are matters here which require explanation. It was my hope that you'd see fit to cooperate voluntarily. Take your army and sail off into the sunrise, General, I said. Then maybe I'll be in a position to do something voluntary. Your patriotism alone... My patriotism keeps telling me that where I come from, a citizen has certain legal rights, I said. This is a matter that transcends legal technicalities, Smale said. I'll tell you quite frankly. The presence of the task force here only received ex post facto approval by the Peruvian government. They were faced with the fait accompli. I mention this only to indicate just how strongly the government feels in this matter. Seeing you hit the beach with a platoon of infantry was enough of a hint for me, I said. You're lucky I didn't wipe you out with my disintegrator rays. Smale choked on a bite of melon. Just kidding, I said. But I haven't given you any trouble. Why the reinforcements? Smale stared at me. What reinforcements? I pointed with a fork. He turned, gazed out to sea. A conning tower was breaking the surface, leaving a white wake behind. It rose higher, water streaming off the deck. A hatch popped open, and men poured out, lining up. Smale got to his feet, his napkin falling to the floor. Sergeant! He yelled. I sat open-mouthed as Smale jumped to the stair, went down it 3 steps at a time. I heard him bellowing, the shouts of men and the clatter of rifles being unstacked, feet pounding. I went to the marble banister and looked down. Pruffy was out on the lawn in purple pajamas, yelping questions. Colonel Sanchez was pulling at Smale's arm, also yelling. The Marines were forming up on the lawn. Let's watch those petunias, Sergeant, I yelled. Keep out of this, Legion, Smale shouted. Why should I be the only one not yelling? I yelled. After all, I own the place. Smale bounded back up the stairs. You're my prime responsibility, Legion, he barked. I'm getting you to a point of maximum security. Where's the cellar? I keep it downstairs, I said. What's this all about? Inter-service rivalry? You afraid the sailors are going to steal the glory? That's a nuclear-powered sub, Smale barked. Gagarin class. It belongs to the Soviet Navy. I stood there with my mouth open, looking at Smale without seeing him, and trying hard to think fast. I hadn't been too startled when the Marines showed up. I had gone over the legal aspects of my situation months before with a platoon of high-priced legal talent. I knew that sooner or later somebody would come around to hit me for tax evasion, draft dodging, or overtime parking. But I was in the clear. The government might resent my knowing a lot of things it didn't, but no one could ever prove I'd swiped them from Uncle Sam. In the end, they'd have to let me go, and my account in a Swiss bank would last me, even if they managed to suppress any new development from my fabulous lab. In a way, I was glad the showdown had come. But I'd forgotten about the Russians. Naturally, they'd be interested, and their spies were at least as good as the intrepid agents of the U.S. Secret Service. I should have realized that sooner or later they'd pay a call, and the legal niceties wouldn't slow them down. They'd slap me into a brain laundry and sweat every last secret out of me as casually as I'd squeeze a lemon. The sub was fully surfaced now, and I was looking down the barrels of half a dozen 5-inch rifles, any one of which could blast Smale's Navy out of the water with one salvo. There were a couple of hundred men, I estimated, putting landing boats over the side and spilling into them. Down on the lawn, the sergeant was snapping orders, and the men were double-timing off to positions that must have been spotted in advance. It looked like the Russians weren't entirely unexpected. This was a game the big boys were playing, and I was just a pawn caught in the middle. My rosy picture of me confounding the bureaucrats was fading fast. My island was about to become a battlefield, and whichever way it turned out, I'd be the loser. I had one slim possibility: to get lost in the shuffle. Smale grabbed my arm. "Don't stand there, man," he snapped. "Which way?" "Sorry, General," I said, and slammed a hard right to his stomach. He folded, but still managed to lunge for me. I gave him a left to the jaw, and he dropped. I jumped over him, plunged through the French doors, and took the spiroglass stairway 4 at a time, whirled, and slammed the strong room door behind me. The armored walls would stand anything short of a direct hit with a good-sized artillery shell, and the boys down below were unlikely to use any heavy stuff for fear of damaging the goods they'd been sent out to collect. I was safe for a little while. Now I had to do some fast, accurate thinking. I couldn't carry much with me when and if I made it off the island. A few briefing rods, maybe, what was left of the movies. But I had already audited most of the rods. I knew them as well as I know my tax bracket. One listen to a rod gave you a fast picture of the subject. 2 or 3 repeats engraved it on your brain. The only reason a man couldn't know everything was that too much, too fast, would overload the mind, and amnesia wiped the slate clean. I didn't have time to use any more rods, and I couldn't carry anything, but just to walk off and leave it all? I rummaged through odds and ends, stuffing small items into my pockets. I came across a dull silvery cylinder, 3 inches long, striped in black and gold. A memory trace. It reminded me of something. That was an idea. I still had the U-shaped plastic headpiece that Foster had used to acquire a background knowledge of his old home. I had tried it once for a moment. It had given me a headache in 2 seconds flat, just pressed against my temple. It had been lying here ever since. But maybe now was the time to try it again. Half the items I had here in my strong room were mysteries, like the silver cylinder in my hand, but I knew exactly what the plastic headband could give me. It contained all anyone needed to know about Vallon and the 2 worlds, and all the marvels they possessed. I glanced out the armor-glass window. Smale's Marines were trotting across the lawn. The Russians were fanning out along the water's edge. It looked like business, all right. Still, it would take them a while to get warmed up, and more time still to decide to blast me out of my fort. It had taken an hour or so for Foster to soak up the briefing. Maybe I wouldn't be much longer at it. I tossed the cylinder aside, tried a couple of drawers, found the inconspicuous strip of plastic that encompassed a whole civilization. I carried it across to a chair, settled myself, then hesitated. This thing had been designed for an alien brain, not mine. Suppose it burnt out my wiring, left me here gibbering for Smale or the Ruskies to work over. But the alternative was to leave my island virtually empty-handed, settle for what I might in time manage to salvage from my account, if I could devise a way of withdrawing money without calling down the Gestapo. No, I wouldn't go back to poverty without a struggle. What I could carry in my head would give me independence, even immunity, from the greed of nations. I could barter my knowledge for my freedom. There were plenty of things wrong with this picture, but it was the best I could do on short notice. Gingerly, I fitted the U-shaped band to my head. There was a feeling of pressure, then a sensation like warm water rising about me. Panic tried to rise, faded. A voice seemed to reassure me. I was among friends. I was safe. All was well. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of A Trace of Memory by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I lay in the dark, the memory of towers and trumpets and fountains of fire in my mind. I put up my hand, felt a coarse garment. Had I but dreamed? I stirred. Light blazed in a widening band above my face. Through narrowed eyes I saw a room, a mean chamber, dusty, littered with ill-sorted rubbish. In a wall there was a window. I went to it, stared out upon a green sward, a path that curved downward to a white strand. It was a strange scene, and yet a wave of vertigo swept over me, faded. I blinked, tried to remember. I reached up, felt something clamped over my head. I pulled it off, and it fell to the floor with a faint clatter. A broad-spectrum briefing device of the type used to indoctrinate unidentified citizens who had undergone a change unprepared. Suddenly, like water pouring down a drain, the picture in my mind faded, left me standing in my old familiar junk room with a humming in my head and a throb in my temples. I had been about to try the briefing gimmick and had wondered if it would work. It had, with a vengeance. For a minute there I had stumbled around the room like a stranger, yearning for dear old Vallon. I could remember the feeling, but it was gone now. It was just me, in trouble as usual. There were a lot of tantalizing ideas floating around in my mind, right at the edge of consciousness. Later I'd have to sit down and go over them carefully. Right now I had my hands full. 2 armies had me cornered, and all the guns belonged to the opposition. That part was okay. I didn't want to fight anybody. All I wanted out of the situation was me. A rattle of gunfire outside brought me to the window in a jump. It was the same view as a few moments before, but it made more sense now. There was the still smoking wreckage of the PT boat, sunk in 10 feet of water a few yards from the end of the jetty. Somebody must have tried to make a run for it. The Russian sub was nowhere in sight. Probably it had landed the men and backed out of danger from any unexpected quarter. 2 or 3 corpses lay in view, down by the water's edge. From where I stood I couldn't say whether they were good guys or villains. There were more shots, coming from somewhere off to the left. It looked like the boys were fighting it out old style, hand to hand, with small arms. It figured. After all, what they wanted was me and all my clever ideas, intact, not a smoking ruin. I don't know whether it was my romantic streak or my cynical one that had made me drive the architect nuts, putting secret passages in the walls of my chateau and tunnels under the lawn, but I was glad now I had them. There was a narrow door in the west wall of the strong room that gave onto a tight spiral stair. From there I could take my choice: the boathouse, the edge of the woods behind the house, or the beach 100 yards north of the jetty. All I had to do was... The house trembled a split second ahead of a terrific blast that slammed me to the floor. I felt blood start from my nose. Head ringing, I scrambled to my feet,
groped through the dust to my escape hatch. Somebody outside was getting impatient. It wouldn't do to have my fancy getaway route fall in before I had used it. I felt another shell hit the house. Mortars, I guessed, or rockets. I must have slept through the preliminaries and wakened just in time for the main bout. My fingers were on the sensitive pressure areas that worked the concealed door. I took a last glance around the room, where the dust was just settling from the last blast. My eyes fell on a plain pewter-colored cylinder lying where I had tossed it an hour before. But now I knew what it was. In one jump I was across the room and had grabbed it up. I remembered finding it aboard the lifeboat when I tidied up. It had lain concealed among the bones of the man with the bear-toothed necklace. He must have come across it, admired its pretty colors, and tucked it away in his fur pants. And now I, with my Valonian memories banked in my mind, could appreciate just how precious an object it was. It was Foster's memory. It would only be a copy, undoubtedly. Still, I couldn't leave it behind. A blast heavier than the last one rocked the house. A big chunk of plaster fell. It was way past time to go. Snorting and coughing from the dust, I got back to the emergency door, went through it, and started down. At the bottom I paused to think it over, and the earth jumped again. I fell back, saw the roof of the beach tunnel collapse. That left the woods and the boathouse. I didn't have much time to decide. The tunnels might go any second. Apparently my architect had economized on the tunnel shorings. But then he hadn't figured on any major wars happening in the front yard. The fight was going on, as near as I could judge, to the south of the house and behind it. Probably the woods were full of skirmishers taking advantage of the cover. The best bet was the boathouse, direct. I'd have preferred to wait until dark, but the idea didn't seem practical under the circumstances. I took a deep breath and started into the tunnel. With a little luck, I'd find my boat intact. I would have to pull out under the noses of the combatants, but maybe the element of surprise would give me a few 100-yard start. I had enough horses to beat anything afloat to the mainland, if I could make a clean break. The tunnel was dark, but that didn't bother me. It ran dead straight to the boathouse. I came to the wooden slat door and stood for a moment listening. Everything was quiet. I eased it open and stepped onto the ramp inside the building. In the gloom, polished mahogany and chrome work threw back muted highlights. I circled, slipped the mooring rope, and was about to step into the cockpit when I heard the bolt of a rifle smack home. I whirled, threw myself flat. The deafening BAM of a .30 caliber fired at close quarters laid a pattern of fine ripples on the black water. I rolled, hit with a splash that drowned the second shot, and dove deep. 3 strokes took me under the door, out into the green gloom of open water. I hugged the yellowish sand of the bottom, angled off to the right, and kept going. I had to get out of my jacket, and somehow I managed it, almost without losing a stroke. And there went all the goodies I'd stashed away in the pockets down to the bottom of the drink. I still had Foster's memory trace. It was in my slacks, and there wasn't time to get out of them, nor to kick off my tennis shoes. 10 strokes, 15, 20. I knew my limit. 25 good strokes on a full load of air. But I had dived in a hurry. 25, and another, and one more. And up above, a man was waiting, rifle aimed, for my head to break the surface. 30 strokes, and here I come, ready or not. I rolled on my back, got my face above the surface. I got half a gulp of fresh air before the shot slapped spray into my face and echoed off across the water. I sank like a stone, kicked off, and made another 25 yards before I had to come up. The rifleman was faster this time. The bullet crossed my shoulder like a hot iron, and I was underwater again. My kick work was weak now. The strength was draining from my arms fast. I had to have air, but I could almost feel the solid smack of a steel-jacketed bullet against my skull. I had to keep going. My chest was on fire, and there was a whirling blackness all around me. I felt consciousness fading. But maybe just one more stroke. As from a distance, I observed the clumsy efforts of the swimmer, watched the flounderings of the poor untrained creature. It was apparent that an override of the autonomic system was required. With dispatch, I activated cortical area Omicron, rerouted the blood supply, drew an emergency oxygen source from stored fats, diverting the necessary energy to break the molecular bonds. Now, with the body drawing on internal sources, ample for 600 seconds at maximum demand, I stimulated areas Upsilon and Mu. I channeled full survival level energy to the muscle complexes involved, increased power output to full skeletal tolerance, eliminated waste motion. The body drove through the water with the fluid grace of a sea denizen. I floated on my back, breathing in great surges of cool air and blinking at the crimson sky. I had been underwater, a few yards from shore, drowning. Then there was an awareness, like a voice, telling me what to do. From out of the mass of Valonian knowledge I had acquired, I had drawn what I needed. And now I was here, half a mile from the beach, winded but intact. And there was no time now to wonder at miracles. I raised my head and glanced toward the house. A column of smoke rose from a gaping cavity where the bedroom windows used to be. A man jumped up, darted across the lawn, fell. I heard a shot a few seconds later, floating lazily across the still sunset water. There was no visible activity at the water's edge. The rifleman was gone. He probably thought he'd finished me, especially if he had noticed blood in the water. I thought about sharks. I hadn't heard of any in this neighborhood, but a little blood was just the thing to bait them in. I twisted, got a look at the throbbing burn across my left shoulder where the rifleman's bullet had grazed. It was nothing much, just a skin gouge. It didn't seem to be bleeding. If it had been, there wasn't much I could do about it. It was no time for worrying. I had to keep my mind on the problem of getting to the mainland. It was a 15-mile swim, but if the boys on shore could keep each other occupied, I ought to be able to make it. I thought again about pulling off my pants and shoes, but decided against it. I'd be in awkward shape without them if I made it. I felt beat, as though I hadn't eaten all day, which wasn't too strange, because I hadn't. Well, at least I wouldn't get stomach cramps when circling the island. From there, I'd strike out for shore, and the first thing I would do when I got out of this would be to order the biggest, rarest steak in South America. I took a last look toward the house. I could see fire inside it now. I guessed each side was rationalizing the destruction as denial to the enemy. It had been a nice place, and I'd miss it. Someday, somebody was going to pay for it. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of A Trace of Memory by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I sat at the kitchen table in Margarita's Lima apartment and gnawed the last few shreds of the stripped T-bone while my girl poured me another cup of coffee. "Now tell me about it," she said. "Why did they burn your house? And how did you succeed in getting here?" "They got so interested in the fight they lost their heads," I said. "That's the only explanation I can think of. I thought I'd be as safe as a $2 watch at a pickpockets convention. I figured they'd go to some pains to avoid damaging me. I guessed wrong." "But your own people." "Maybe they were right. They couldn't afford to let the Ruskies get me. Funny, if they'd just thought to write me a letter and ask for my cooperation." "But how did you get covered with mud and the bloodstains on your back?" "I had a nice long swim, 5 hours worth. Then another hour getting through a mangrove swamp. Lucky I had a moon. Then a 3-hour hike, and here I am. I hope you're feeling better now that you've had something to eat. You look terrible. Another block and I wouldn't have made it. I felt sucked dry. The scratch on my back is nothing, but maybe the shock. I don't know. Lie down now and sleep, said Margareta. What do you want me to do? Get me some clothes, I said. A gray suit, white shirt, black tie and shoes. And go to the bank and draw some money, say 5,000. Oh yeah, see if there's anything in the papers. If you see anybody hanging around the lobby when you come back, don't come up. Give me a call and I'll meet you. She stood up. This is really awful, she said. Can't your embassy... Didn't I mention it? A Mr. Pruffy of the embassy came along to hold Smale's hand. Not to mention a Colonel Sanchez. I wouldn't be surprised if the local cops weren't in the act by now. Unless they all think I'm dead. That impression won't last long after you show up with a nice fresh check on my account and spend part of it on a man's suit. I'll get some sleep and light out as soon as you get back. Where will you go? I'll get to the airport and play it by ear. I don't think they've alerted everybody. It was a hush-hush deal until it went sour. Now they're still picking up the pieces. The bank won't be open for hours yet, said Margareta. Go to sleep and don't worry. I'll take care of everything. I made it to the bedroom and slid out on the big wide bed, and consciousness slipped away like a silk curtain falling. I knew I wasn't alone as soon as I opened my eyes. I hadn't heard anything, but I could feel someone in the room. I sat up slowly, looked around. He was sitting in the embroidered chair by the window, an ordinary-looking fellow in a tan tropical suit, with an unlighted cigarette in his mouth and no particular expression on his face. Go ahead, light up, I said. Don't mind me. Thanks, he said in a thin voice. He took a lighter from an inner pocket, flipped it, held it to the cigarette. I stood up. There was a blur of motion from my visitor, and the lighter was gone, and a short-nosed revolver was in its place. You've got the wrong scoop, mister, I said. I don't bite. I'd rather you wouldn't move suddenly, Mr. Legion, he said. He coughed, his eyes on mine. My nerves aren't what they used to be. The gun was still on me. Which side are you working for? I said. And can I put my shoes on, or are you afraid I'll pull a gat out of my sock? He rested the pistol on his knee. Get completely dressed, Mr. Legion. Sorry, I said. No can do. No clothes. He frowned slightly. My jacket will be a little small for you, he said, but I think you can manage. I was sitting on the bed again. I'm going to get out a cigarette, I said. Try not to shoot me. I reached for a package on the table, lit up. His eyes stayed on mine. How come you didn't figure I was dead? I asked, blowing smoke at him. We checked the house, he said. No body. Why, you incompetent asses. You were supposed to think I drowned. That possibility was considered, but we made the routine checks anyway. Nice of you to let me sleep it out. How long have you been here? Only a few minutes, he said. He glanced at his watch. We'll have to be going in another 15. What do you want with me? I said. You blew up everything you were interested in. The department wants to ask you a few questions. Look, I'm just a dumb guy, I whined. I don't know nothing about all that stuff. I was just the guy that peddled it, see? He took a drag on his cigarette, squinted at me through the smoke. You ran up an A average in college, he said, including English. You boys really do your homework. I looked at the pistol. I wonder if you'd really shoot me, I mused. I'll try to make the position clear, he said, just to avoid any unfortunate misunderstanding. My instructions are to bring you in alive, if possible. If it appears that you may evade arrest or fall into the wrong hands, I'll be forced to use the gun."
I pulled my shoes on, thinking it over. My best chance to make a break was now, while there was only one watchdog. But I had a feeling he was telling the truth about shooting me. I had already seen the boys in action at the house. He got up. "Let's step into the living room, Mr. Legion." I moved past him through the door. In the living room, the clock on the mantel said 11. I'd been asleep for 5 or 6 hours. Margareta ought to be getting back any minute. "Put this on," he said. I took the light jacket, wedged myself into it, looked at my reflection in the big rectangular mirror that occupied most of a wall above the low divan. "It's not the real me," I said. "I usually—" The telephone rang. I looked at my watchdog. He shook his head. We stood and listened to it ring. After a while, it stopped. "We'd better be going now," he said. "Walk ahead of me, please. We'll take the elevator to the basement and leave by the service entrance." He stopped talking, eyes on the door. There was the rattle of a key. The gun came up. "Hold it," I snapped. "It's the girl who owns the apartment." I moved to face him, my back to the door. "That was foolish of you, Legion," he said. "Don't move again." I watched the door in the big mirror on the opposite wall. The knob turned, the door swung in, and a thin brown man in white shirt and white pants slipped into the room. As he pushed the door back, he transferred a small automatic to his left hand. My keeper threw a lever on the revolver that was aimed at my belt buckle. "Stand absolutely still, Legion," he said. "If you have a chance, that's it." He moved aside slightly, looked past me to the newcomer. I watched in the mirror as the man in white behind me swiveled to keep both of us covered. "This is a fail-safe weapon," said my first owner to the new man. "I think you know about them. We leaked the information to you. I'm holding the trigger back. If my hand relaxes, it fires. So I'd be a little careful about shooting if I were you." The thin man swallowed, a black leather bow tie bobbing against his Adam's apple. He didn't say anything. He was having to make some tough decisions. His instructions would be the same as my other friends, to bring me in alive, if possible. "Who does this bird represent?" I asked my man. I noticed my voice was pitched half an octave higher than usual. "He's a Soviet agent." I looked in the mirror at the man again. "Nuts," I said. "He looks like a waiter in a chili joint. He probably came up to take our order." "You talk too much when you're nervous," said my keeper between his teeth. He held the gun on me steadily. I watched his trigger finger to see if it looked like relaxing. "I'd say it's a stalemate," I said. "Let's take it once more from the top. Both of you go out and—" "Shut up, Legion." My man licked his lips, glanced at my face. "I'm sorry. It looks as though—" "You don't want to shoot me?" I blurted out loudly. In the mirror I had seen the door, which was standing ajar, ease open an inch, 2 inches. "You'll spoil this nice coat." I kept on talking. "And anyway, it would be a big mistake, because everybody knows Russian agents are stubby men with wide cheekbones and tight hats." Silently, Margareta slipped into the room, took 2 quick steps, and slammed a heavy handbag down on the slick-back pompadour that went with the Adam's apple. The man in white stumbled and fired around into the rug. The automatic dropped from his hand, and my pal in tan stepped to him and hit him hard on the back of the head with his pistol. He whirled toward me, hissed, "Play it smart," just loud enough for me to hear, then turned to Margareta. He slipped the gun into his pocket, but I knew he could get it out again in a hurry. "Very nicely done, miss," he said. "I'll have this person removed from your apartment. Mr. Legion and I were just going." Margareta looked at me. I thought over 2 or 3 remarks, but none of them seemed to fit. I didn't intend to see her get hurt, or involved. Apparently my FBI type was willing to leave her out of it, if I went quietly. On the other hand, this was my last chance to get out of the net before it closed for good. My keeper was watching,
waiting for me to try something, tip Margareta off. "It's okay, honey," I said. "This is Mr. Smith, of our embassy. We're old friends." I stepped past her, headed for the door. My hand was on the knob when I heard a solid thunk behind me. I whirled in time to clip the FBI on the jaw as he fell forward. Margareta looked at me wide-eyed. "That handbag packs a wallop," I said. "Nice work, Maggie." I knelt, pulled off the fellow's belt, and cinched his hands behind his back with it. Margareta got the idea, did the same for the other man, who was beginning to groan now. "Who are these men?" she said. "What?" "I'll tell you all about it later. Right now, I have to get to some people I know, get this story on the wires, out in the open. State'll be a little shy about gunning me down or locking me up without trial if I give the show enough publicity." I reached in my pocket, handed her the black and gold marked cylinder. "Just to be on the safe side," I said, "mail this to me. John Jones at Idzenka, General Delivery." "All right," said Margareta. "And I have your things." She stepped into the hall, came back with a shopping bag and a suit carton. She took a wad of bills from her handbag and handed it to me. I went to her and put my arms around her. "Listen, honey, as soon as I leave, go to the bank and draw 50 grand. Get out of the country. They haven't got anything on you, except that you beaned a couple of intruders in your apartment. But it'd be better if you disappear. Leave an address, care of Poste Restante, Basel, Switzerland. I'll get in touch when I can." She put up an argument, but I made my point. 20 minutes later, I was pushing through the big glass doors onto the sidewalk, clean-shaven, dressed to the teeth, with 5 grand on one hip and a 32 on the other. I'd had a good meal and a fair sleep, and against me the secret services of 2 or 3 countries didn't have a chance. I got as far as the corner before they nailed me. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of A Trace of Memory by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "You have a great deal to lose," General Smale was saying, "and nothing to gain by your stubbornness. You're a young man, vigorous and, I'm sure, intelligent. You have a fortune of some $1.25 million, which I assure you you'll be permitted to keep. As against that prospect, so long as you refuse to cooperate, we must regard you as no better than a traitorous criminal, and deal with you accordingly." "What have you been feeding me?" I said. "My mouth tastes like somebody's old gym shoes, and my arm's purple to the elbow. Don't you know it's illegal to administer drugs without a license?" "The nation's security is at stake," snapped Smale. "The funny thing is, it must not have worked, or you wouldn't be begging me to tell all. I thought that scopolamine, or whatever you're using, was the real goods." "We've got nothing but gibberish," Smale said. "Most of it in an incomprehensible language. Who the devil are you, Legion? Where do you come from?" "You know everything," I said. "You told me yourself. I'm a guy named Legion, from Mount Sterling, Illinois, population 1,892. I'm a humane man, Legion, but if necessary, I'll beat it out of you." "You?" I smiled, curling a lip. "You mean you'll call in a herd of plug uglies, real crooks, to do the dirty work? My only crime is knowing something you politicians want, and you're willing to lie, cheat, steal, torture, and kill to get it. You know that, and so do I. Let's not kid each other. I know your measure as a man, Mr. General." Smale had gone white. "I'm in a position to inflict agonies on you, you insolent rotter," he grated. "I've refrained from doing so. You might add that to your analysis of my character. I'm a soldier. I know my duty. I'm prepared to give my life, if need be, my honor. I'm even prepared to forego your good opinion, so long as I obtain from my government the information you are withholding. Turn me loose, then ask me in a nice way. As far as I know, I haven't got anything of military significance to tell you. But if I were treated as a free citizen, I might be inclined to let you be the judge of that. Tell us now. Then you'll go free." "Sure," I said. "I invented a combination rocket ship and time machine. I traveled around the solar system and made a few short trips back into history. In my spare time, I invented other gadgets. I'm planning to take out patents, so naturally I don't intend to spill any secrets. Can I go now?" Smale got to his feet. "Until we can safely move you, you'll remain in this room. You're on the 63rd floor of the Giordano building. The windows are of unbreakable glass, in case you contemplate a particularly untidy suicide. Your person has been stripped of all potentially dangerous items, though I suppose you could still swallow your tongue and suffocate. The door is of heavy construction and securely locked." "I forgot to tell you," I said. "I mailed a letter to a friend, telling him all about you. The sheriff will be here with a posse any minute now to spring me." "You mailed no letter," Smale said. "Unfortunately, we don't feel it would be advisable to allow any furniture to remain here, which you might be foolish enough to dismantle for use as a weapon. It's rather a drab room to spend your future in, but until you decide to cooperate, this will be your world." I didn't say anything. I sat on the floor and watched them leave. I caught a glimpse of two uniformed men outside the door. No doubt they'd take turns looking through the peephole. I'd have solitude without privacy. I wondered if Margareta had managed to mail the cylinder. I stretched out on the floor, which was padded with a nice thick rug, presumably so that I wouldn't beat my brains out against it just to spite them. I was way behind on my sleep. Being interrogated while unconscious wasn't a very restful procedure. I wasn't too worried. In spite of what Smale said, they couldn't keep me here forever. Maybe Margareta had gotten clear and told the story to some newsmen. This kind of thing couldn't stay hidden forever. Or could it? I thought about what Smale had said about my talking gibberish under the narcotics. That was an odd one. Quite suddenly I got it. By means of the drugs, they must have tapped a level where the Vallonian background briefing was stored. They'd been firing questions at a set of memories that didn't speak English. I grinned, then laughed out loud. Luck was still in the saddle with me. The glass was in double panels, set in aluminum frames and sealed with a plastic strip. The space between the two panels of glass was evacuated of air, creating an insulating barrier against the heat of the sun. I ran a finger over the aluminum. It was dural, good tough stuff. If I had something to pry with, I might possibly lever the metal away from the glass far enough to take a crack at the edge, the weak point of armor glass. If I had something to hit it with. Smale had done a good job of stripping the room and me. I had my shirt and pants and shoes, but no tie or belt. I still had my wallet, empty, a pack of cigarettes with 2 wilted weeds in it, and a box of matches. Smale had missed a bet. I might set fire to my hair and burn to the ground. I might also stuff a sock down my throat and strangle, or hang myself with a shoelace. But I wasn't going to. I looked at the window some more. The door was too tough to tackle, and the heavies outside were probably hoping for an excuse to work me over. They wouldn't expect me to go after the glass. After all, I was still 63 stories up. What would I do if I did make it to the windowsill? But we could worry about that later, after I had smelled the fresh air. My forefinger found an irregularity in the smooth metal, a short groove. I looked closer, saw a screw head set flush with the aluminum surface. Maybe if the frame was bolted together. No such luck. The screw I had found was the only one. What was it for? Maybe if I removed it I'd find out. But I'd wait until dark to try it. Smale hadn't left a light fixture in the room. After sundown I'd be able to work unobserved. A couple of hours went by and no one came to disturb my solitude. Not even to feed me.
Maybe they planned to starve me out, or maybe they weren't used to being jailers and had forgotten the animals had to be fed. I had a short scrap of metal I'd worked loose from my wallet. It was mild steel, flimsy stuff, only about an inch long, but I was hoping the screw might not be set too tight. Aluminum thread stripped pretty easily, so it probably wasn't cinched up too hard. There was no point in theorizing. It was dark now. I'd give it a try. I went to the window, fitted the edge of metal into the slotted screw head, and twisted. It turned, just like that. I backed it off 10 turns. 20. It was a thick bolt with fine threads. It came free, and air whooshed into the hole. The screw apparently sealed the panel after the air was evacuated. I thought it over. If I could fill the space between the panels with water and let it freeze, quite a trick in the tropics, I might as well plan to fill it with gin and set it on fire. I was going in circles. Every idea I had started with if. I needed something I could manage with the materials at hand. Cloth, a box of matches, a few bits of paper. I got out a cigarette, lit it up, and while the match was burning, examined the hole from which I'd removed the plug. It was about 3/16 of an inch in diameter and an inch deep, and there was a hole near the bottom communicating with the airspace between the glass panels. It was an old-fashioned method of manufacture, but it seemed to have worked all right. The air was pumped out and the hole sealed with the screw. It had, at any rate, the advantage of being easy to service if the panel leaked. Now, with some way of pumping air in, I could blow out the panels. There was no pump on the premises, but I did have some chemicals, the match heads. They were old style too, like a lot of things in Peru, the strike once and throw away kind. I sat on the floor and started to work, chipping the heads off the matchsticks, collecting the dry purplish material on a scrap of paper. 38 matches gave me a respectable sample. I packed it together, rolled it in the paper, and crimped the ends. Then I took the makeshift firecracker into the hole the screw had come from. Using the metal scrap, I scraped at the threads of the screw, burring them. Then I started it in the hole 6 turns, until it came up against the match heads. The shoes Margareta had bought me were the latest thing in Lima styles, with thin soles, pointed toes, and built-up leather heels. Bad on the feet, but just the thing to pound with. I thought about trying to work loose a piece of rug to shield my face, but decided against it. I'd have to stand aside and take my chances. I took the shoe by the toe and hefted it. The flexible sole gave it a good action, like a well-made sap. There were still a couple of ifs in the equation, but a healthy crack on the screw ought to drive it against the packed match heads hard enough to detonate them, and the expanding gases from the explosion ought to exert enough pressure against the glass panels to break them. I'd know in a second. I flattened myself against the wall, brought the shoe up, and laid it on the screw head with everything I had. There was a deafening boom, a blast of hot air, and a chemical stink. Then a gust of cool night wind, and I was on the sill, my back to the street 600 feet below, my fingers groping for a hold on the ledge above the window. I found a grip, pulled up, reached higher, got my feet on the muntin strip, paused to rest for 3 seconds, reached again. I pulled my feet above the window level and heard shouts in the room below. "Fool killed himself! Get a light in here!" I clung, breathing deep, and murmured thanks to the architect who had stressed a strong horizontal element in his facade and arranged the strip windows in bays set 12 inches from the face of the structure. Now, if the boys below would keep their eyes on the street long enough for me to get on the roof. I looked up to get an idea how far I'd have to go, and gripped the ledge convulsively as the whole building leaned out, tilting me back. Cold sweat ran into my eyes. I squeezed the stone until my knuckles creaked and held on. I laid my cheek against the rough plaster, listening to my heart thump. Adrenaline and high hopes had gotten me this far, and now it had all drained out,
and left me, a frail ground-loving animal, flattened against the cruel face of a tower, like a fly on a ceiling, with nothing between me and the unyielding concrete below but the feeble grip of fingers and toes. I started to yell for help, and the words stuck in my dry throat. I breathed in shallow gasps, feeling my muscles tightening, until I hung rigid as a board, afraid even to roll my eyeballs for fear of dislodging myself. I closed my eyes, felt my hands going numb, and tried again to yell. Only a thin croak emerged. A minute earlier, I had had only one worry, that they'd look up and see me. Now my worst fear was that they wouldn't. This was the end. I'd been close before, but not like this. My fingers could take the strain for maybe another minute, maybe even 2. Then I'd let go, and the wind would whip at me for a few timeless seconds before I hit. I had had a lot of big ideas, but in the cosmic scheme, I was a gnat on a windshield. I thought I'd learned something, was a jump ahead of most guys, and could play the meaningless game with a certain flair. But my fancy philosophies were words written in smoke when they came up against the raw power of blind instinct. My conscious mind had an IQ of 148, but the idiot subconscious that had frozen me here hadn't learned anything since the first ape that had owned it rode out a storm in a treetop and lived to be my ancestor. I heard a sound, and it was me, whimpering. I was a poor weakling, out of his element, bleeding for mercy. Down inside of me, something didn't like the picture. A small defiance flickered, found a foothold, burned brighter. I would die, but that would solve a lot of problems. And if I had to die, at least I could die trying. My mind moved in to take over from my body. It was the body that was wasting my last strength on a precarious illusion of safety, numbing my senses, paralyzing me. It was a tyranny I wouldn't accept. I needed a cool head and a steady hand and an unimpaired sense of balance, and if the imbecile body wouldn't cooperate, the mind would take it by the scruff of the neck and force it. I'd been feeding this hulk for 30-odd years. Now it would do what I told it. First, loosen the grip. Yes, if it killed me, bend those fingers. Sure, I might fall, all the way, and splatter when I hit. But did this lousy slab of meat expect to live forever? I had news for it. Time was short, any way you figured. I was standing a little looser now, my hands resting flat, my legs taking the load. I had a good wide ledge to stand on, nearly a foot, and in a minute I was going to reach up and get a new hold and lift 1 foot at a time. And if I slipped, at least I'd have done it my way. I let go, and the building leaned out, and to hell with it. I felt for the next ledge, gripped it, pulled up, found a toehold. Sure, I was dead. It was a long way to the top, and there was a fancy cornice I'd never get over, but when the moment came and I started the long ride down, I'd thumb my nose at the old hag Instinct, who hadn't been as tough as she thought she was. I was under the cornice now, hanging on for a breather, and listening to the hooting and hollering from the window far below. A couple of heads had popped out and taken a look, but it was dark up where I was, and all the attention was centered down, where the crowd had gathered and lights were playing, looking for a mess. Pretty soon now they'd begin to get the drift, so I'd better be going. I looked up at the overhang and felt the old urge to clutch and hang on, so I leaned out a little further just to show me who was boss. It was a long reach, and I'd have to risk it all on one lunge, because if I missed, there wasn't any net, and my fingers knew it. I heard my nails rasp on the plaster. I grated my teeth together and unhooked one hand. It was like a claw carved from wood. I took a half breath, bent my knees slightly. They were as responsive as a couple of bumper jacks bolted on to the hip. Tough, but it was now or never. I let go with both hands and stretched, leaning back. My wooden hands bumped the edge, scrabbled, hooked on, as my legs swung free, and I was hanging like an old-time sailor strung up by the thumbs. A wind off the roof whipped at my face, and now I was a tissue paper doll fluttering in the breeze. I had to pull now, pull hard, heave myself up and over the edge. But I was tired, too tired. My crepe paper arms with the wooden hands seemed to belong to someone else, someone who'd been dead a long time. But the someone was me. Death was an old story, one that I wrote myself. This was something that had happened before, long ago, and the palindrome of life was finished where it started, and a dark curtain was falling. Then, from the darkness, a voice was speaking in a strange language, a confusion of strange thought symbols, but through them an ever more insistent call. Dilate the secondary vascular complex. Shunt full conductivity to the upsilon neurochannel. Now, stripping oxygen ions from fatty cell masses, pour in electrochemical energy to the sinews. With a smooth surge of power, I pulled myself up, fell forward, rolled onto my back, and lay on the flat roof. The beautiful flat roof, still warm from the day's sun. I was here, looking at the stars, safe. And later on, when I had more time, I'd stop to think about it. But now I had to move, before they had time to organize themselves, cordon off the building, and start a floor-by-floor search. Staggering from the exertion of the long climb, I got to my feet, went to the shed housing the entry to the service stair. The door was locked. I didn't waste any time kicking at it. I got a leg up and stood on the doorknob. 2 jumps and it snapped off. I pushed the stub of the shaft through and tickled the back edge of the locking tongue, eased it out. The door opened. A short flight of steps led down to a storeroom. There were dusty boards, dried-up paint cans, odd tools. I picked up a 5-foot length of 2x4 and a hammer with 1 claw missing, and stepped out into the hall. The street was a long way down, and I didn't feel like wasting time with stairs. I found the elevator, pushed the button, stood in front of it, whistling. A fat man in a drab suit came along, looked at me distastefully, thought about telling me that workmen used the freight elevator, then changed his mind and said nothing. The elevator arrived. I stepped in jauntily. The fat man followed me, pushed the button for the foyer. I smiled and nodded, went on whistling. We stopped and the doors opened. I waited for the fat man to leave, then glanced out, tightening my grip on the hammer, and followed. I could see the lights in the street out front, and in the distance there was the wail of a siren. But nobody in the lobby looked my way. I headed across toward the side exit, dumped the board at the door, tucked the hammer in the waistband of my pants, and stepped out onto the pavement. There were a lot of people hurrying past, but this was Lima. They didn't waste a glance on a barefooted carpenter. I moved off, not hurrying. There was a lot of rough country between me and Itzenca, the little town near which the lifeboat was hidden in a canyon, but I aimed to cover it in a week. Sometime between now and tomorrow I'd have to figure out a way to equip myself with a few necessities, but I wasn't worried. A man who had successfully taken up human fly work in middle life wouldn't have any trouble stealing a pair of boots. Foster had shoved off for home 3 years ago, local time, although to him, aboard the ship, only a few weeks might have passed. My lifeboat was a midge compared to the mothership he rode, but it had plenty of speed. Once aboard the lugger, and maybe I could put a little space between me and the big boys I was up against now. I had used the best camouflage I knew of on the boat. The near savage native bearers who had done my unloading and carried my Valonian treasures across the desert to the nearest railhead were not the gossipy type. If General Smale's boys had heard about the boat, they hadn't mentioned it. And if they had, well, I'd solve that one when I got to it. There were still quite a few ifs in the equation, but my arithmetic was getting better all the time. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of A Trace of Memory by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. I took the precaution of sneaking up on the lifeboat in the dead of night, but I could have saved myself a crawl. Except for the fact that the camouflage nets had rotted away to shreds, the ship was just as I had left it, doors sealed. Why Smale's team hadn't found it, I didn't know. I'd think that one over when I was well away from Earth. It had been a long, tough trip from Lima to the canyon, but I had made it without interference. I had swapped my platinum finger ring for a beat-up .38 pistol, but I hadn't had to use it. In a shabby bar in one of the villages I passed through, I heard a battered radio sputtering news. There was no mention of the assault on the island, or of my escape. It seemed that all parties were willing to cover it up and pretend it hadn't happened. I went into the post office at Idzenka and picked up the parcel Margareta had mailed me with Foster's memory trace in it. While I was checking to see whether Uncle Sam's minions had intercepted the package and substituted a carrot, I felt something rubbing against my shin. I glanced down and saw a gray and white cat, reasonably clean and obviously hungry. I don't know whether I'd plowed through a field of wild catnip the night before, or if it was my way with a finger behind the furry ears, but Kitty followed me out of Idzenka and right into the bush. She kept pace with me, leading most of the way, as far as the space boat, and was the first one aboard. I didn't waste time with formalities. I had once audited a briefing rod on the boat's operation. Not that I had ever expected to use the information for a takeoff. Once aboard, I hit the controls and cut a swath through the atmosphere that must have sent fingers jumping for panic buttons from Washington to Moscow. I didn't know how many weeks or months of unsullied leisure stretched ahead of me now. There would be time and to spare for exploring the boat, working out a daily routine, chewing over the details of both my memories, and laying plans for my arrival on Foster's world, Vallon. But first, I wanted to catch a show that was making a one-night stand for me only, the awe-inspiring spectacle of the retreating Earth. I dropped into a seat opposite the screen and flipped into view the big luminous ball of wool that was my home planet. I'd been hoping to get a last look at my island, but I couldn't see it. The whole sphere was blanketed in cloud, a thin worn blanket in places, but still intact. But the moon was a sight, an undipped Edam cheese with the markings of Roquefort. For a quarter of an hour I watched it grow until it filled my screen. It was too close for comfort. I dumped the tabby out of my lap and adjusted a dial. The dead world swept past, and I had a brief glimpse of burst bubbles of craters that became the eyes and mouth and pockmarks of a face on a head that swung away from me in disdain. And then the sibling planets dwindled and were gone forever. The lifeboat was completely equipped, and I found comfortable quarters. An ample food supply was available by the touch of a panel on the table in the screen room. That was a trick my predecessor with the dental jewelry hadn't discovered, I guessed. During the courses of my first journey earthward, and on my visits to the boat for saleable playthings while she sat in dry dock, I had discovered most of the available amenities aboard. Now I luxuriated in a steaming bath of recycled water, sponged down with disposable towels packed in scented alcohol, fed the cat and myself, and lay down to sleep for about 2 weeks. By the 3rd week I was reasonably refreshed and rested. The scars from my recent brushes with what passed as the law were healed. I had gotten over regretting the toys I'd left behind on my island, and the money in my banks in Lima and Switzerland, and even Margareta. I was headed for a new world. There was no point in dragging along old attachments. The cat was a godsend, I began to realize. I named her Idzenka, after the village where she adopted me, and I talked to her by the hour. I always had felt that there was a subtle difference between talking to somebody else and talking to yourself. The latter gets a little tedious after the first few days, but you can keep the other up indefinitely. So It's got talked to plenty as we rode to the stars. "Say, It's," said I, Where would you like your sandbox situated? Right there in front of the TV screen? There's not much traffic there since we cleared the solar system. You'd have the place all to yourself." "No," said Itzenca by a flirt of her tail, and she walked over behind a crate that had never been unloaded on Earth. I pulled out a box of junk and slid the sandbox in its place. Itzenca promptly lost interest and instead jumped up on the junk box, which fell off the bench, and scattered small objects of calf and metal in all directions. "Come back here, blast you," I said, "and help me pick up this stuff." It's bounded after a dull gleaming silver object that was still rolling. I was there almost as quick as she was, and grabbed up the cylinder. Suddenly the horsing around was over. This thing was somebody's memory. I dropped onto a bench to examine it, my Valonian-inspired pulse pounding. "Where the heck did this come from, Cat?" I asked. It's jumped up into my lap and nosed the cylinder. I was trying to hark back to those days 3 years before when I had loaded the lifeboat with all the loot it would carry for the trip back to Earth. "Listen, we've got to do some tall remembering. Let's see. There was a whole rack of blanks in the memory recharging section of the room where we found the 3 skeletons. Yeah, now I remember. I pulled this one out of the recorder set, which means it had been used, but not yet color-coded. I showed it to Foster when he was hunting his own trace. He didn't realize I'd pulled it out of the machine, and he thought it was an empty. But I'll bet you somebody had his mind taped and then left in a hurry before the trace could be color-coded and filed. On the other hand, maybe it's a blank that had just been inserted when somebody broke up the playhouse. But wasn't there something Foster said about when he woke up way back when with a pile of fresh corpses around him? He gave somebody emergency treatment, and to a Valonian that would include a complete memory transcription. Do you realize what I've got here in my hand, She looked up at me inquiringly. "This is what's left of the guy that Foster buried. His pal, Amerlin, I think he called him. What's inside this cylinder used to be tucked away in the skull of the ancient sinner. The guy's not so dead after all. I'll bet his family will pay plenty for this trace, and be grateful besides. That'll be an ace in the hole in case I get too hungry on Vallon." I got up and crossed the apartment. It's followed me out to my sleeping couch. I dropped the trace in a drawer beside Foster's own memory. Wonder how Foster's making out without his past, He claimed the one I've got here would only be a copy of the original stored at Akhamaloth. But my briefing didn't say anything about copying memories. He must be somebody pretty important to rate that service. Suddenly my eyes were riveted to the markings on Foster's trace lying in the drawer. Splood! The royal colors! I sat down on the bed with a lurch. "Itzenca, old gal, it looks like we'll be entering Valonian society from the top. We've been consorting with a member of the Valonian nobility." During the days that followed, I tried again and again to raise Foster on the communicator, without result. I wondered how I'd find him among the millions on the planet. My best bet would be to get settled down in the Valonian environment, then start making a few inquiries. I would play it casually, act the part of a Valonian who had merely been traveling for a few 100 years, which wasn't unheard of, and play my cards close to my gravy stains until I learned what the score was. With my Valonian briefing, I ought to be able to carry it off. The Valonians might not like illegal immigrants any better than they did back home, so I'd keep my interesting foreign background to myself. I would need a new name. I thought over several possibilities and selected Durgan. It was as good a Valonian jawbreaker as any. I canvassed the emergency wardrobe that was standard equipment on Far Voyager lifeboats. There was everything from fur-lined parka-type suits for outings on worlds like Pluto to sheer silk, one-man air-conditioner balloon overalls for stepping out on Venus. In amongst them was a selection of dresses reminiscent of ancient Greece. They had been the sharp style of Vallon when Foster left home. They looked comfortable. I picked one in a sober color, then got busy with the cutting and seaming unit to fit it to my frame. I didn't plan to attract unnecessary attention with ill-fitting garments when I crossed my first Valonians. Itzenca watched with interest. "What the heck am I going to do with you on Vallon? The only cat on the planet. You may have to put up with an Igurfin for a boyfriend," I said, searching my Valonian memory. "They're about the nearest thing to you in size and shape, but they're kind of objectionable, personality-wise." I finished off my new duds, then dug through the handicrafts gear and picked out a sheet of caphite, a copper-like Valonian alloy that was supposed to have almost the durability of calf without being so hard to work. There were appropriate tools in the little workshop for shaping it and adding decoration. "Don't worry," I said to Itz, "you won't go ashore shabbily clad either. You'll be a knockout in this item." I parked her on the workbench and sat down to my tools. I clipped out an inch-wide strip of the caphite, shaped it into a circle, and fitted it with a slip-out catch. After a leisurely meal, I spent what passed for an evening etching Itzenca on the collar with plenty of curlicues. Then I fitted it on her. She didn't seem to mind a bit. There, all set to wow those Valonians like they've never been wowed. Itzenca purred. We strolled into the observation lounge. Strange, bright-hued star systems glowed far away. "We'll be stepping out with our memories any night now," I said. The proximity alarms were ringing. I watched the screen with its image of a great green world, rimmed on one edge with glaring white from the distant giant sun, on the other flooded with a cool glow reflected from the blue outer planet. The trip was almost over, and my confidence was beginning to fray around the edges. In a few minutes I would be stepping into an unknown world, all set to find my old pal Foster and see the sights. I didn't have a passport, but there was no reason to anticipate trouble. All I had to do was let my natural identity take a back seat and allow my Valonian background to do the talking. And yet... Now, Vallon spread out below us, a misty gray-green landscape, bright under the glow of the immense moon-like sister world, Sinta. I had set the landing monitor for Akhamaloth, the capital city of Vallon. That was where Foster would have headed, I guessed. Maybe I could pick up the trail there. The city was directly below, a vast network of blue-lit avenues. I hadn't been contacted by planetary control. That was normal enough, however. A small vessel coming in on auto could handle itself. A little apprehensively, I ran over my lines a last time. I was Durgon, citizen of the two worlds, back from a longer than average season of far voyaging, and in need of briefing rods to bring me up to date on developments at home. I also required assignment of quarters. My tailoring was impeccable, my command of the language a little rusty from long non-use, and the only souvenirs I had to declare were a tattered native costume for my last port of call, a quaint weapon from the same, and a small animal I had taken a liking to. The landing ring was visible on the screen now, coming slowly up to meet us. There was a gentle shock, and then absolute stillness. I watched the port cycle open. I went to it and looked out at the pale city stretching away to the hills. I took a breath of the fragrant night air spiced with a long-forgotten perfume, and the part of me that was now Valonian ached with the inexpressible emotion of homecoming. I started to buckle on my pistol and gather up a few belongings, then decided to wait until I'd met the welcoming committee. I whistled to Itzenca, and we stepped out and down. We crossed the clipped green. Luminous in the glow from the lights over the high-arched gate marking the path that curved up toward the bright-lit terraces above. There was no one in sight. Bright scintillite showed me the gardens and walks, and when I reached the terraces, the avenues beyond, but no people. I stood by a low wall of polished marble and thought about it. It was about midnight, and the nights on Vallon lasted 28 hours, but there should have been some activity here. This was a busy port. Scheduled vessels, private yachts, official ships, All of them came and went from Camelot. But not tonight. The cat and I walked across the terrace, passed through the open arch to a refreshment lounge. The low tables and cushioned couches stood empty under the rosy light from the ceiling panels. My slippered feet whispered on the polished floor. I stood and listened. Dead silence. There wasn't even the hum of a mosquito. All such insect pests had been killed off long ago. The lights glowed. The tables waited invitingly. How long had they waited? I sat down at one of them and thought hard. I had made a lot of plans, but I hadn't counted on a deserted spaceport. How was I going to ask questions about Foster if there was no one to ask? I got up and moved on through the empty lounge, past a wide arcade, out onto a terraced lawn. A row of tall, poplar-like trees made a dark wall beyond a still pool, and behind them distant towers loomed, colored lights sparkled. A broad avenue swept in a wide curve between fountains, slanted away to the hills. 100 yards from where I stood, a small vehicle was parked at the curb. I headed for it. It was an open two-seater, low-slung, cushioned, finished in violet inlays against bright chrome. I slid into the seat, looked over the controls, while Itzenka skipped to a place beside me. There was a simple lever arrangement, a steering tiller. It looked easy. I tried a few pulls and pushes. Lights blinked on the panel, the car quivered, lifted a few inches, drifted slowly across the road. I moved the tiller, twiddled things. The car moved off toward the towers. I didn't like the controls. A wheel and a couple of foot pedals would have suited me better. But it beat walking. 2 hours later we had cruised the city and found nothing. It hadn't changed from what my extra memory recalled, except that all the people were gone. The parks and boulevards were trimmed, the fountains and pools sparkled, the lights glowed, but nothing moved. The automatic dust precipitators and air filters would run forever, keeping things clean and neat, but there was no one there to appreciate it. I pulled over, sat watching the play of colored lights on a waterfall, and considered. Maybe I'd find more of a clue inside one of the buildings. I left the car and picked one at random, a tall slab of pink crystal. Inside, I looked around at a great airy cavern full of rose-colored light and listened to the purring of the cat and my own breathing. There was nothing else to hear. I picked a random corridor, went along it, passed through empty rooms. It was all in the old Valonian style. Walls paneled in jade, brocades hanging in iridescent colors, rugs like pools of fire. In one chamber I picked up a cloak of semi-velvet and put it over my shoulders. I was getting cold in my daytime street dress. Walking among the tangible ghosts of the long past didn't warm me up any. We climbed a wide spiral stair, passed from vacant room to vacant room. I thought of the people who had once used them. Where were they now? I found a clarinet-like musical instrument and blew a few notes on it. It had a deep, mellow tone that echoed along the deserted corridor. I thought it sounded a lot like I felt, sad and forgotten. I went out onto a lofty terrace overlooking gardens, leaned on a balustrade, and looked up at the brilliant disk of Sinte. It looked enormous, its diameter 4 times that of the earthly moon. "We've come a long way to find nothing," I said to Itzenka. She pushed away along my leg and flexed her tail in a gesture meant to console. But it didn't help. After the long wait, the tension of expectation, I felt suddenly as empty as the silent halls of the building. I sat on the balustrade and leaned back against the polished pink wall, took out the clarinet and blew some blue notes. That which once had been was no more. Remembering it, I played the Pavane for a Dead Princess and felt a forlorn nostalgia for a glory I had never known. I finished and looked up at a sound. 4 tall men in gray cloaks and a glitter of steel came toward me from the shadows. I had dropped the clarinet and was on my feet. I tried to back up, but the balustrade stopped me. The four spread out. The man in the lead fingered a wicked-looking short club and spoke to me in gibberish. I blinked at him and tried to think of a snappy comeback. He snapped his fingers and two of the others came up. They reached for my arms. I started to square off, fist cocked, then relaxed. After all, I was just a tourist, Durgan by name. Unfortunately, before I could get my fist back, the man with the club swung it and caught me across the forearm. I yelled, jumped back, found myself grappled by the others. My arm felt dead to the shoulder. I tried a kick and regretted that too. There was armor under the cloaks. The club wielder said something and pointed at the cat. It was time I wised up. I relaxed, tried to coax my alter ego into the foreground. I listened to the rhythm of the language. It was Valonian, badly warped by time, but I could understand it.
Musician should be an owner.
Laughter.
Whose man are you, Piper? What are your colors?
I curled my tongue, tried to shape it around the sort of syllables I heard them uttering. It seemed to me a gross debasement of the Valonian I knew. Still, I managed an answer.
I am a citizen of Vallon. A dog of a masterless renegade?
The man with the club hefted it, glowered at me.
And what wretched dialect is that you speak?
I have been long a-voyaging, I stuttered. I ask for briefing rods and for a dwelling place. A dwelling place you'll have, the man said, in the men's shed at Rathgallion. He gestured, and handcuffs snapped on my wrists. He turned and stalked away, and the others hustled me after him. Over my shoulder I got a glimpse of a cat's tail disappearing over the balustrade. Outside, a long gray air car waited on the lawn. They dumped me in the back seat, climbed aboard. I got a last look at the spires of Ach Hameloth as we tilted, hurtled away across the low hills. Somewhere in the shuffle I had lost my new cloak. I shivered. I listened to the talk, and what I heard didn't make me feel any better. The chain between my wrists kept up a faint jingling. I gathered I'd be hearing a lot of that kind of music from now on. I had had an idealistic notion of wanting to fit into this new world, find a place in its society. I'd found the place all right. A job with security. I was a slave. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of A Trace of Memory by Keith Laumer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. It was banquet night at Rathgallion, and I gulped my soup in the kitchen and ran over in my mind the latest batch of jingles I was expected to perform. I had only been on the estate a few weeks, but I was already Owner Gope's favorite piper. If I kept on at this rate, I would soon have a cell to myself in the slave pens. Syme, the pastry cook, came over to me.
Pipe us a merry tune, Durgan, he said, and I'll reward you with a frosting pot.
With pleasure, good Syme, I said. I finished off the soup and got out my clarinet. I had tried out half a dozen strange instruments, but I still liked this one best. What's your pleasure? One of the outland tunes you learned far voyaging, called Kagu, the bodyguard. I complied with the beer barrel polka. They pounded the table and hallooed when I finished, and I got my goody pan. Syme stood, watching me scrape at it.
Why don't you claim the chief piper's place, Durgan? Syme said. You pipe rings around the lout. Then you'd have freeman status and could sit among us in the kitchen almost as an equal. I went after the last of the charkilla frosting, licked my fingers, and laid the pot aside. I'd gladly be the equal of such a pastry cook as yourself, good Syme, I said. But what can a slave piper do? Syme blinked at me. You can challenge the chief piper, he said. There's none can deny you're his master in all but name. Don't fear the outcome of the trial. You'll triumph, sure.
He glanced around at the kitchen staff. "Is that not so, Goodman?"
"I'll warrant it," the soup master said. "If you lose, I'll take your stripes for you."
"You're going too fast for me, Goodman," I said. "How can I claim another's place?" Syme waved his arms. "You have far voyaged long indeed, Piper Durgan. Know you naught of how the world wags these days? One would take you for a Scintian heretic. As I've said, Goodman, in my youth all men were free, and the High King ruled at Camelot." "'Tis ill to speak of these things," said Syme in a low voice. "Only owners know their former lives, though I've heard it said that long